Either present the actual instances of the behavior or shut the fuck up. It's so annoying. Pisco, have you considered that you're not comparing two identical things right now? So why are you saying it when they're not identical, Pisco? Pisco going for the fucking throat. Literally the biggest betrayal I've ever seen. He's being such a slippery, worthless piece of shit, man. Truly. This is the most embarrassing showing I have seen in a debate. Months? Years? I truly, like... It's been a long time. Guys, Hutch and Pisco have been talking for fucking ages. It's already 3 hours long. I don't know if people haven't known about Pisco for a long time. Back when Sunday was going after Erudite originally, Pisco and Sunday had like, I believe, a like 16-hour debate. They like literally, it was like they woke up, they started fighting on Twitter, they got on a call, on a stream, and they just argued basically until they couldn't go any longer. They literally just went. It was like 12 to 16 hours. It was like ridiculous. It was insane. So yeah, if Pisco it is like unstoppable force, immovable object. Yeah, if Pisco finds someone that just won't budge, he will just keep going forever. So good. So good. Respect it so much. So yeah, we're gonna take a look. I think this is gonna be awesome. Hutch versus Pisco on the Ethan Klein lawsuits.
Indiana, with like a lack of federal funds. And and more Republicans in the state legislature
we're gonna put it on like
voted against this measure than voted for it.
And we need to
already dead. Whatever it becomes down the line, when it's no longer just a cult of personality around Trump, I'm not suggesting
or all sorts of things, including but not limited to legal action taken by individuals. And I think that there's a lot of people who care about that. And I think that you care about
part of the conversation, because
fundamentally I think it's about power. It's about who controls, not on what principles power is ought to be divided. It's like, who are the identities of the personalities? And it almost feels like the policy disagreements are either afterthoughts or the content.
They don't even really have like a lot of policy disagreements. Like most of the policy disagreements is about like immigration. Like should we be handing, like yeah, exactly, yeah. Like should we end the H-1B visa? Ethan Klein, you had some thoughts? We dabbled a little bit on the pod. Why don't we unpack it a little bit more?
So basically, I have this view that I think that we need to be clear regarding what we're talking about in this controversy. Are we talking about the legal justification for a lawsuit? Are we talking about the ethical justification for bringing the lawsuit, by which we mean ought the lawsuit be brought? Or are we talking about like other misconduct? Does that affect the ethical outlook? And I kind of have different views on this lawsuit. And I can talk about my incentives for even commenting on it. But in general, I think that a lot of my views have been misconstrued or misinterpreted to be something that they're not. And I think that what I'm proposing is not actually a very controversial view at all. And that most of the disagreement with my view has to do with like perceptions about my motivations or about relevance or emphasis. And so that's basically like kind of my starting set of assumptions is like, let's be clear about what we're talking about and let's see if we agree. And then let's talk about why it matters.
I don't know if I have a strong interest in having a conversation about ought the lawsuits have been brought. That's not
why.
That's not really the thing that interests me too much because
let me give you a point of contact, right?
Because he can't defend them. Because he can't defend it. Dude. How does it start so bad? How does it start this bad? I don't understand. How does it start this bad and go for so long? I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm listening to this, I think. I think I'm gonna die listening to this.
Oh, go for it. Yeah.
I mean, so like that to me is like the least part of the interesting part of the conversation, because like that seems totally subjective. Like, and it's difficult to unpack that. You know, like I don't know what I would do if I was in his.
You mean, dude? It's like it's totally subjective, so we can't possibly argue about it. If two people could have differing opinions about something, then we can't possibly argue it and try to determine whether one opinion is more justified than the other. There's no way, because it's subjective. So how could you possibly have an argument about it? I can't, dude. I just can't. I'm already so mad. I'm already enraged. He's just the dumbest person online. He's just so dumb. He's dumber than Hasan by far.
If I was in his spot. And like you, for example, I think you said that he has a strong case, right? So like if these laws, if these copyright regulations or statutes or whatever they are, if they exist and somebody abused them and he's, using the legal mechanism to get a remedy for that, then are we saying that that means that it was justified, or like what kind of angle are you going for here? Like, do you want to have a conversation about should he have brought the lawsuits?
Well, I think that's a conversation that a lot of people do want to have. Whether you want to have it, I'm not sure. But just to give you a point of contact, I stopped by your stream a little bit recently, and I said hello. So, but I heard
all forms of litigation are okay, actually. Wow, so you're just like okay with what? Trump suing ABC and Trump suing the BBC and Trump suing, like... Are you retarded? Obviously, sometimes someone might be able to technically extract a win under the legal system. That's separate from the morality. You fucking idiot. This is like literally, you figure this out when you're 13 usually, Hutch.
Talking about like the propriety of like Denims' statement and analyzing whether she should have said this, whether she was throwing Kaceytron under the bus. And so in that context, what we're really talking about, whether it's subjective or not, listen, I take all this kind of normative analysis to be subjective in the sense that we're just talking about what do you think about ethics? What do you think ought to happen? I do think that people have a desire to talk about the underlying ethical justification for all sorts of things, including but not limited to legal action taken by individuals. And I think that there's a lot of people who care about that. And I think that you care about, regardless of its subjectiveness, the ethics of certain people's conduct surrounding this, including the ostensible triggering incidents that brought this about, the CPS call, the conduct of the snarkers. Like, this is all norms laden. And so I think it's a little bit much to accept that people are like, it's irrelevant to talk about ethics. It's irrelevant to talk about moral justification because everyone's talking about it. And if someone asks me about it, I want to be clear about where I stand. And separate apart from that, I think there's a broader norm that ought to be established to like not blatantly lie to your audiences. And all of us
word of the day is culpable. I've been seeing some culpable posting. I'm excited. Look, I'm edge of my seat. I'm at the edge of my seat.
Like, do this kind of debunking shit when there's like, if Tim Pool is accused of lying about the shooting or whatever, no one's stopping to say like, huh, why are you calling out lies? What do you care?
Pisco's my golem. Pisco's my golem now. Okay, this is what our destiny legitimately believes. By the way, Pisco is my golem now. Okay, I'm sending him in to strangle Hutch. Blow the box next.
Ethan is lying about any kind of motivation to like protect his IP, or do you call it IP or copyrighted content?
And
but you're saying that that's a lie because the real motivation is this like personal grievance. But why can't it be both? I don't understand why.
We can get into that conversation, and I definitely want to have this conversation. But the
to me, it's very obvious that he's motivated by both because like he's already on the record as being someone who was trying to bring attention to what he considered to be like lazy React content. And what the three people that he sued did went even beyond that. Like, it was beyond just like lazy React content.
Yes, I have a Discord.
It was
Discord.gg
malicious in nature. You say that has no like bearing on the case, this like malice or whatever. But the fact remains that they were being malicious about it. Like they were openly advertising that their intention was to siphon views. And it happens to be the case that all three of those people were participating in an internet pylon that was like some of the most vicious behavior from online communities that I've ever seen in all my years of being on the internet. Like how they behaved around the whole CPS thing was fucking vicious. It was fucking vicious. And so like, I think he was motivated by both.
So Pisco is going to have to, so like, dude, I was literally thinking this through. I've been thinking this through the last day or so. Like, how would let's say I was talking to Hutch or Lonerbox, like someone who is that in deep. How do you have this conversation? And I think you have to separate everything out. You have to very surgically separate each individual thing out. You have to go through, okay, motivation. What do you believe is Ethan's motivation? Do you believe Ethan's stated motivation? You have to run down, okay, Ethan's stated motivation, his stated criteria and stated motivation cannot possibly be true because obviously this would never protect anyone from Sony and Disney. Obviously, he couldn't tell whether they were going to say they were maliciously reacting when you stopped registering. Like, you had to go through like every step of this. Knock that one down. Then go like, okay. So next, why is this justified? Why is it justified? So what have they done to Ethan that makes it okay? Let's start with Kaceytron. What has Kaceytron done to Ethan that makes it justified to sue her? And then you have to go down each one. And then you have to go through each individual lie on each one as well. So you have to go through the whole CPS bullshit with Denims, where they lie about Denims doing CPS and whatever the fuck, and talk about Ethan's defamation, walk back, and all this shit. Like, you literally have to go through everything. It has to be literally separated out. And I know that if you start talking to someone about this, I know Hutch is going to do this here. You will knock something down, and they will keep bringing it back. You'll knock something down, and they'll keep dragging it back. So you'll get through the idea of it being a copyright protection motivation, the idea that it's to protect the React community. You'll knock that down, and I know later on it will come back. You'll be saying, okay, so Kaceytron's lawsuit wasn't justified because she didn't do anything to Ethan. And they'll come back with, yeah, but she should have been smarter because she was infringing on the copyright, and, you know, someone's going to sue them eventually. They'll come back with that eventually. You know that will reappear, and you'll have to go back through and redo, like, a whole fucking thing. Like, I can just see it in my head so clearly. I can see how it goes in my head so clearly. And I can just see, if that's what happens here, I will feel so vindicated.
Those things, like, was it right to bring the lawsuits? I don't know if I would have done it, you know, but I understand why he did it.
Shut up,
I don't know if that's a cop-out answer, but I understand why he did it.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other. So I definitely want to have a conversation about ought he have done it. But before we get into that, I just like want to make sure that you think it's worthwhile to even have that conversation. Like, so we're not even talking about the thing itself. It's like people will question, why should we care about these ethical oughts and whether it's good or bad? And I thought I was hearing something approaching that critique or that observation from you. And so before we get into like the actual meat and potatoes, which I do fundamentally reject the view you just presented on different grounds, I want to make sure that you consider that conversation to be valuable.
It can be depending on, you know,
let me give you a little insight here, because like
intellectually valuable. What do you mean?
So people will say things like this: Pisco, this is a boring conversation. Who the fuck cares about whether these lawsuits were the right thing to bring or not? Or like, I don't really. Or someone might say something like, I don't care whether it was right or wrong to bring the lawsuit. And I just want to make sure you're not proposing those views of like indifference. Like, maybe you are indifferent as to whether it was right or wrong to do, but presumably, you think that that's a worthwhile conversation when analyzing, especially. Now this is getting a little bit into the argument itself, but I still do want to have the meta conversation first to make sure that we both agree this is a valuable conversation that we want to have. For someone who presents a lot of his lawsuits or his legal stuff as vindicated.
Pisco bashing his head against the brick wall again, and we love him for it. And we love him for it.
Getting some broader interest, either in a particular group or in a broader community. I think that we ought care about whether we agree with the assessments being rendered by Ethan and co.
It's not that I'm indifferent. It's more that I'm agnostic. Like you can, and maybe that sounds like a cop-out answer. Like I want it both ways.
No,
it's not that I'm avoiding taking a firm position. It's just, I can understand why he did it. And I can't tell you if I would have made the same decision, because I've never been in that position. I don't know what it's like to have children and then have government called to your home to like try to force you to justify CPS, allowed to continue to have guardianship over your own kids. Like, I don't know how I would have felt in that moment. I don't know what kind of actions I would take after the fact. But I'm also sympathetic to the idea of like, fuck, I mean, that must really suck to be bogged down in that kind of litigation. It's not like I have no sympathy for people like Kaceytron or Frogan. Like, even though I find their conduct to be pretty disgusting, what they did with Ethan and Ela and how they were joking about the CPS calls. And you could argue that Denims helped to enable it with the way that she was running her chat on the particular day that popped.
Dude, literally, it's like so predictable. He thinks that the chat was accurately represented in that clip, man. He thinks we're gonna literally, dude. Let's just bring up the evidence for this stuff. Where is our channel?
Denims.
Where's the chat thing?
Anyways.
Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video.
Yeah, here we go. So this is what Hutch believes. Hutch believes this is Denims' chat.
This is a live feed of the chat.
Hutch believes this is accurate.
Top right. Dog shit.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were...
No, it's this. I think when you full screen it... No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged.
Oh, really?
Over the screen, yeah.
So Hutch believes this is the real chat. So this is what's actually happening.
Here are the first and last frames of the video that he played. I searched for the top and the bottom messages in my Chatterino history. The first one is line 14,472. The second is 15,428. And they're 5 minutes apart. That's 956 messages in 5 minutes. He showed 65 messages, which is less than 7% of the messages from that time period. The funniest thing is that only 3 of those 65 messages are ever even on the screen in the 2-minute video that he featured. So now I'm sure you're wondering why someone...
So, total fucking insane lie that Hutch fully believes and is using to justify this. That he's never looked into, even though the evidence has been out there. Thank you for the $5. Crab Navy General. CPS is an institution that ought to exist. But also a single visit from it is so traumatizing that it scars people forever. I love liberals.
Topic came up, and but even with all that, I'm sympathetic to, like, I mean, I wouldn't want to be in that kind of a situation, but you know, I don't know if that answer is going to be satisfactory for you, but I don't know what I would do in that position. I really don't, but I understand why he did it.
I don't think there's anything inconsistent with you saying you're agnostic on the ethical question, but also maintaining that it's a worthwhile conversation to have. That's what I want. Like, I want to say those are distinct questions. Whether or not you have a firm view about whether it's good or bad is different than whether or not you think it's a conversation, that the conversation about whether it's good or bad is worth having. And what I want to avoid more than anything is someone after the fact saying, who the fuck cares about this shit? Or like you saying, I don't even give a fuck about the conversation. Like, clearly you care. We're having this conversation. It's maybe like the 3rd or 4th time we've had a conversation about this. You have a vested interest.
Literally, he's trying to, dude, Pisco, literally. I see what Kilo was saying earlier about being able to see Pisco's argument just like so far ahead, like the building blocks. Like, everything is so telegraphed, you know, exactly where it's going, why he's saying everything. Like, okay, Hutch. You are literally, you've walked into this raped. You have walked into it, you are already dead, Hutch, okay? Now just say yes or no to the questions when prompted, okay? Yes or no, Hutch, yes or no.
Hey, I'm just going to be honest. You cover some of the other conduct at issue here, that you're weighing the respective normative weight of what the parties are doing. You're thinking about, is it good for Denims to throw Kaceytron under the bus? Is it okay for, you know, Hasan Piker to not donate? And so I think it's a little much to accept that this is a conversation that the ethics of bringing the lawsuit, who cares about that? But all the other aspects, you know, the ethical assessments of the other conduct, that stuff is interesting to me, and I will comment on it. So just to be super clear, I do want to get into the question here, and let's also talk about the other issue, the legal issue, whether I think it's important or not, and the lies for sure. That you think that this is a valuable conversation, or one at least that you're interested in. Because if you say I'm not interested,
I want what you want.
Whether, okay, no, but I want, if you want what I want, I just want you, like, this is what I want. I want us to agree that this conversation, it matters. It matters whether or not Ethan did the right thing. Doesn't it matter to you?
I don't know how to evaluate that in an objective sense, though. That's what I'm saying. I really don't. This is such a messy thing for me. Like, I don't think I can give you an answer of, like, this is unequivocally bad, or this is universally bad or good thing.
That's getting into the meat about whether it's good or bad. That's a separate question. I'm being very precise here. You care whether or not, like, you care about the conversation. You care about the relative arguments. You care about thinking regarding whether this is good or bad. And I think that's clear. I mean, if you're really going to say, well, I spent all this time talking about the ethical implications of Denims' conduct, of Hasan's conduct, of the Snarker's conduct, but I'm not going to consider the ethical implications of Ethan,
I'll consider it. That's fine. Yeah. If you have a case to make in terms of, like, why you think he shouldn't have made the case, then I'm genuinely open to being persuaded.
Awesome.
Like, there's a universe where you could convince me that it was a wrong thing for him to do. Go for it.
No, but just because I get shared these people who really don't get it, and they're making comments like, who the fuck cares? Or like, who asked Pisco? Who the fuck asked whether this is good or bad? Like, you guys all care about this. We all care about these norms. And the proof is in the pudding. The fact that we spend any time on it, the fact that people feel vindicated and feel that this is just desserts meaning these people deserve what's going on, that is a normative conversation. It's saying this ought have happened. It's good that this happened to these people, and this is deserved. This is either a punishment or some kind of retribution or some kind of, like, justice for Ethan, and that is intrinsically invoking normative assessments. And so what I don't want to hear is this kind of, like, banal statement that you get from the Redditors. They're like, who the fuck cares? Who asked about the ethics? As long as it's legally viable, that's the only thing that matters. That shit is cooked. Agreed?
What's cooked?
The notion that the only thing that matters is the legal argument. And this is coming from someone who obviously cares a lot about the legal argument. My whole reason of examining this in the first place was because it was a new copyright case, and I have an interest in copyright, and I've been following H3 for a while, and even their first case, and I actually really praise them. And if you watch my coverage, I really praise them for their initial lawsuit defense against Bold Guy. But as someone
like how do you? I truly, I'm getting a bad sense, man. I've just seen a JStalk tweet about the debate. How do you? I truly don't understand how you stay friends with someone like this already. I would be slinging fucking slurs. If I was Pisco right now, I would be literally in private. I would be going fucking crazy at this guy already. The faces he's pulling alone make me want to just fucking throw something, dude. Honestly, he's such a performative spastic, bro. He's a totally performative spastic. It is unfucking bearable. It's crazy, man.
Does care about the legal argument. Someone saying like the only thing that matters is whether or not it's legal or not, and whether or not they have a good case.
No. I mean, it's like it's interesting conversation, and like I can just lay out very clearly to you the pro case, like the bullish case, the case for this potentially being an appropriate action.
No, don't do that. Pisco has laid out 6 fucking times. You're not getting into the arguments yet. Well, you're just going through. Do we care about whether it's justified? Hutch, say to me that it matters to you whether this is justified past just whether there is a legal argument or not. That's what he said like 6 fucking times. That's where we're at. He just wants you to buy in to the idea that ethics, norms matter when presenting a civil case.
And then you can tell me your case and we can go from there. But
well, to be clear, this is not a view that you necessarily hold. It's one that you want to provide.
No, I have it. I hold the view, but again, there is a conflict in me. I'm just being 100% transparent.
But on net, you think it's a good thing that he brought these lawsuits against?
Well, you're almost like you've got cognitive dissonance, Hutch. Is that what you might call it? Cognitive dissonance?
Denims, Kaceytron, and Frogan, correct?
Like you believe two contradictory things at the same time?
Of this happening is the possibility that creators in that space will do more to moderate their own communities.
Right, but you understand it's a different question.
That's the value that I see, and so that is a potential. That is an argument in favor of Ethan taking this action.
Right.
Did it have to be this litigation action, or could it have been a different action? I don't know, but like that is the strongest case that I would make, is that these creators existed in a world where they were totally emboldened. They felt like they had total impunity. They demonstrated no sense of responsibility for moderating their own communities. And in some cases, they explicitly or implicitly egged on this kind of what I view to be like significant harassment. Like it is to me a really significant form of harassment to do a CPS report, and then that ends up with a government intervention. That to me is so much more significant than the litigation.
A malicious CPS report that is based either on lies or distortions, things like that, right? Like you wouldn't say you wouldn't say like a CPS report by itself is bad. It's when it's informed by either lies, distortions, or exaggerations, right?
They had a vendetta against Ethan.
If it's motivated by bad stuff, either lies or bad motive, some kind of. So it's not just a mere calling of CPS. It's calling CPS on a basis that is improper, such as trying to hurt someone, not actually being concerned about what's going on. Including lies in whatever you're telling CPS, or exaggerations, or things that can't be reasonably obtained. Yeah, okay.
They crafted a narrative about him and Hila that they were these ultra-Zionist genocide supporters. Okay. It was a full-on mass psychosis event for that community with a collective audience of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. And in that collective audience pool, they crafted a narrative about Ethan and Hila. Number one, that was just a total fucking lie. But number two, that narrative that they delusionally all convinced themselves was true. At least maybe some of them did. But there was also an element of like bad faith to this as well. And so like,
dude, literally like this Hody tweet as well. Like it's just so, this is just real, man. Like this is enraging.
Wanted to believe that about him. So it's possible maybe the person who made the report, like got themselves to believe this lie about Ethan. But the whole point is like it was fostered by those creators. They had an active role in making a mockery of the whole situation. What do you mean? The creators like fostered this in their own communities.
Like intended for them to call CPS, or what did you mean?
They helped promulgate these lies about Ethan and Hila.
Okay, lies.
And in doing so, well, did you say what lies?
I said okay, lies. So I'm understanding. So okay, how they're fomenting it or how they're fostering it isn't with a specific intention for a kind of action, but doing stuff that with its okay, go.
I'm not saying that, but in the case of, I would have to go back and because it's been a minute since this drama kicked off. This was like a year ago or a year and a half ago when the CPS stuff happened. I don't even remember. But with Denims specifically, she was watching like a Bad Empanada video where he was doing these, and you would agree that Bad Empanada is a malicious actor, right? Like just one of the worst malicious actors in the entire space, right?
I mean, that's my understanding of his reputation. I have seen him do things that I would consider to be malicious, and so my answer is yes.
Like he will lie. Like he will lie. You know, he will call people pedophiles. He will lie. Like his whole thing is he thinks
I
that
don't
it's
consume
justified.
his content. I understand that's his reputation. I've seen instances, for example,
it's not just his reputation. He has a storied history of like maliciously lying about people that he identifies as enemies.
I'm just telling you my what I have access to. What I have access to is I know he has a reputation for malicious lies. I know he has a reputation for doxing and for saying stuff. And I know that they have their own justifications for it, you know, publicly available stuff. But I kind of have a different view on that issue. And I think that there are self-standing harms and stuff that he engages in. For example, regardless of whether or not it's technically publicly accessible, I think that certain kind of revelations of information, even publicly available information, can sometimes, I think, be considered norm violating. And yeah, so and I've seen him make certain connections that I find to be malicious. I can't recall them though, as I sit here, and I'm not going to claim to know more than I do.
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Hasan had a no Bad Empanada video policy at one point.
Oh my God, shut up, man. Shut up. Either present the actual instances of the behavior or shut the fuck up. It's so annoying.
I am gonna take a shot every time Hutch touches nose. Pray for me, Kuihman.
Thank you for the 50 Danish kroner in the mirror. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's what I mean. He has a reputation for
he had even acknowledged that Bad Empanada was completely deranged and unhinged. And it wasn't until Bad Empanada started doing like anti-Ethan content and like, I guess, pro-Palestine content that Hasan just consciously decided to forego that or to get rid of that rule. And then he started platforming Bad Empanada repeatedly over and over again, knowing that Bad Empanada had this like very unclear record of malicious behavior. Yeah, and then people like Denims watch this Bad Empanada video about Ethan. And if you, again, it's been like a year and a half, but like her chat on the screen that day, when she was watching this video, they were all doing like CPS talk. And it was just like, she was making no effort to moderate. Would you agree?
And you feel she has an affirmative obligation to do that, right?
Of course. Don't you?
I'm not sure what the standard is. So if people are calling for CPS calls.
Didn't Destiny call Sunday a PDF because he doesn't like him? Is Hutch talking about this Stephen Bonnell guy?
This guy's like some kind of deranged anti-fan, I think. Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
In the chat, I'm not sure that I would moderate those opinions. If they have the opinion, would you?
1000%.
Okay.
You would. Come on. If you had people in your chat that were like, I don't know, Hutch seems kind of dodgy. I think he's like beating his fiance. I think we should call the cops. You feel like you don't think you'd have a responsibility to jump in and be like, no.
I'm not sure. What I'm telling you is I don't have that intuition that this is an expectation or norm.
Pisco's awesome. No, Pisco's awesome. Pisco's awesome. Yeah, if people were saying you're beating your wife in my chat, I don't have the intuition that I would ban them. Thank you, Pisco. W Pisco. That's awesome.
That you have an affirmative obligation. Like I have deranged chatters say totally unhinged stuff. Like for example, you know, they should be killing Kilmar, they should be throwing all these illegal immigrants into the fucking waters, and that's their. You know,
that was me. That was me in chat supporting.
I don't know that
I go into Pisco's chat and I just support alligator Alcatraz.
I guess I don't know if I share that intuition. Now, if it's actively calling for such things that occur, everyone call CPS. You know, maybe that's different. Maybe that's or if they're saying you should dox people. Okay, then I would say then I say have an affirmative obligation. But then you have to answer the subsidiary questions. And I do want to take a step back in a second because I think that we're in the weeds in a way that I'm concerned about. And I'll tell you why. You have to then see like she saw that and she
what? No, not yeah, no. Sorry, I didn't mean yeah.
Yeah, so like I think the nature of the obligation depends on.
His wife came in and was like, "You telling everyone that you beat me? Are you coming out about the fact you beat me? No, I'm not. No.
And what the you know what the expectation is to read chat. Like often I don't read my chat, but like I want to be clear. I think that there are affirmative obligations to prevent your chat from encouraging illegal conduct, encouraging false things, encouraging government associated things. That for sure. But an opinion, for example, is so. I'll give you the following thing. I think it's justified for CPS to be called. Should that be moderated?
Just in a general sense, or in this particular sense?
It seems based on this that like they're eating poop, and they have a wrong opinion, which I think it's the wrong opinion is to conclude.
No, wait, hold on. Sorry. Are you talking specifically in this context or just generally?
Well, let's do an abstract first, and then we'll go to this context, okay? So in general, someone said, there isn't this massive, whatever you're characterizing as a wave of harassment against Ethan Klein, and someone in your chat says, I don't know, this is kind of fucked up. I think that someone should call, I think it would be justified. I'll put it there.
Sure. If it's a good faith observation, sure. That's obviously, yeah.
Yeah. So we can disagree with that, but the nature of what the message is and whether she read it, I think matters to me. Hutch, I do want to say though, I want to take a step back, right? Like this is all stuff that I think indicates that we care deeply about the ethics of people's conduct online, and that we're interested enough. We had the conversation about Taylor Lorenz, for example, on the chorus stuff, and all of this matters. That's kind of the base root here. That said, sure. I want to be clear about whose conduct we are assessing, right? Because it could be the case that the conduct to call CPS, I do believe that it's immoral, incredibly immoral to call CPS on the basis of what Ethan said regarding the Giardia stuff. I think that's unhinged. I wouldn't do it. I would condemn people who would call CPS on that basis. And just because though that is unethical doesn't mean that everything in response is also ethical, right? So I want to be clear about whose conduct at every stage that we're talking about we're analyzing. Who do you want to analyze first?
Well, we can't analyze Ethan's actions in a vacuum, though. We have to evaluate the conditions that arise that led to that.
But what is our dependent variable? What are we trying? What is the ultimate focus of our inquiry? Are we trying to figure out whether it's right or wrong for Ethan to bring the lawsuit, or do you want to spend some time to build that, to talk about various different actions that different people took regarding Ethan?
You had asked me. I mean, I was giving you my argument for why litigation.
He didn't ask you. You just started doing it.
Could be justified.
Okay.
Could be a justifiable response to what happened.
Okay, so
that's where I'm coming from with it.
So let's start with Kaceytron, right? It's justified to sue Kaceytron for copyright infringement
because why? Dude, literally,
I would assume you.
Dude, it's literally like, did I not lay out exactly this process? So you start going down the lawsuit. You say, the lawsuit against Kaceytron is justified because, okay, Hutch. Because why? Because what event? Because what instance? Because what action? Because what behavior? Dude, it's like, let's see how this goes. I'm excited. I'm so excited, guys. I've not been this excited for a debate in ages, guys. You have no idea.
You would say, A, she committed copyright infringement, right?
You tell me. You're the lawyer here.
Presumably, you wouldn't be in favor of suing Kaceytron if you didn't think that she committed it, right?
No, if it was frivolous, no.
And I want to ask you, because first of all, I don't think any of these cases are frivolous.
This like that 2021 crack. It's like that 2021 crack.
Someone bringing a frivolous lawsuit in this context.
Maybe I'm a bit like a purist about the system, that the system shouldn't be used in that kind of way. I don't know. I'm just intuitively against it. Like,
right. I think that's right. I think that we have this intuitive notion that these legal frameworks are here to represent particular things, and we just have like a structural issue with individuals who, at least in the case, and again, I want to stress, I don't believe these are frivolous cases. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. I don't believe they're frivolous. In the case of a frivolous lawsuit, we think that the motivation in bringing that lawsuit, that is a predominating structural concern, and we don't want the law to be used for an end that we consider to be improper. And that, I think, it's especially present when the suit itself is frivolous, because if the suit itself is frivolous, the chances that what's actually being motivated are genuine concerns under the law are much, 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 much lower. So I think that you're repeating an intuition that I have and that we all share, which is that the law protects certain rights, vindicates certain interests. And to the extent that we are using the law to target things that we think are improper under those various frameworks, it raises a concern about abuse of process. I'm not saying from a legal perspective, and moral hazard. And the moral hazard here is especially concerning given the amount of leverage that a particularly rich person has in the context of the legal system. I think a lot of people can understand that the American legal system is one which is not equal in terms of who is trying to vindicate a claim. So I agree with your assessment there.
Right. I have a question. I have a question then. Beyond frivolity, maybe I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah. Sorry. There's two tweets I want to look at quickly. I just refreshed my Twitter and I would see these. Guys, showing it because I got it on my timeline. Showing it because I got it on my timeline. Hey men, and they are pigs. Crying. These two tweets came up right next to each other.
The Christmas countdown is officially on, and you might have noticed...
Dude, why?
The Christmas countdown is officially on, and you might have noticed a few festive jumpers making their annual appearance in the office. Need I say more? Today marks Christmas Jumper Day. It's an initiative started by Save the Children back in 2012.
Okay. The BBC's awesome. Oh, the BBC.
is your position that you shouldn't bring a lawsuit against someone, even if it's not frivolous, unless you are exclusively motivated by the desire to get a particular remedy about that case? Or is it ever appropriate to bring litigation because you have personal grievance with someone, not necessarily because, like, even if the case is valid, right? Like in this case, you say it's valid. Like, is that wrong to you? Is that an immoral use of the system to impose that kind of consequence, maybe for some other unrelated behavior, but you're using the system in that kind of way? Is that what you're saying your moral position is?
What I'm suggesting to you is merely, and I will get to what I think my standards are, is that there are situations in which, it might not be a crime to file a frivolous lawsuit, though it's often unethical. That motivations behind bringing a lawsuits matter. And someone who is, for example, we'll take an easy case. Suppose that Ethan Klein were purely motivated, 100%, not any other percentage, 100% motivated with the specific purpose of silencing his critics by filing justified lawsuits under the law.
Do you think he's trying to silence these people?
This is a hypothetical.
Okay,
we'll get there. Yeah. So the hypothetical, I'm not saying that this is necessarily what occurred. I'm giving you a stylized example just to prove the point that if it were the case, right? If it were the case that the only motivation, the pure motivation, this is the easiest case, that's why I'm making it easy for myself, were to silence critics because he felt he didn't like their criticism. He felt that the criticism was like untrue or something, or that he didn't like that they said it. And that's why he was bringing otherwise valid claims of copyright infringement, that you would think that that was bad.
If he was off base.
With respect to what? His opinion?
No. About his judgment about like what they said about him. Like in my opinion, like you brought up the idea of like him using the legal system in this kind of way, but he is responding to a community of people that use the legal system against him in a way that I would argue is worse.
Yeah, but Hutch, what I'm giving you is
a response to that.
So like, Pisco sitting in a backwards hat in the dark. Yes. He's back at his parents' place or his mom's place. he's chilling.
So in your hypothetical, it depends on like what was being said about him. Like,
right. So I'm trying to simplify it only because if you don't,
Pisco repeat himself 3 times, hoping Hutch comprehends even half the sentence.
Can't be this hypothetical, and the conversation's over, right? If you say I don't give a shit that his motivation is to silence his critics, as long as there's a valid claim, I don't have a problem with it, then we don't need to get into the weeds at all, right? Because you granted the easiest case.
This is what I'm telling you is that like we can't evaluate this without getting into specifics about like what is being said about him in this hypothetical. So like if he's using the legal system to silence critics because they didn't like his opinions about things, then yeah, I would say that that's an immoral use of the system.
Okay,
that would be overreach. That would be too far.
So
he hasn't moved back home to be a streamer. He still lives away. He's back home for the holidays. Generally, come on now.
Little by little.
But if they're spreading lies about him, about like abusing his children, for example, then that's a different conversation entirely, right?
We're just saying all else equal. And I would add like a kind of, there could be certain extenuating circumstances where even a desire to with the only desire is to silence one's critics. If there really is some overriding concern in terms of like the world's about to blow up, and if you don't bring the lawsuit, even though it's motivated by this thing,
it's 2 weeks Christmas. Don't Hispanics have like strong family and shit? On they all about that, going back and seeing your mom and shit? I feel like that's a big Hispanic trope, no?
I can think of situations in which I would grant it, but in general, this is why I'm using a stylized example, by which I mean like a simplified one that's not, we can't read minds in the real world, right? We don't know for certain all the time what people's intentions are. We have to rely on circumstantial evidence. The only reason I'm giving
Blazito's saying yes. Blazito's saying yes.
For you to grant me the easy case, so we have a base to work with. Because if you don't grant me that, and if you say, I don't really give a fuck, if your only motivation, if your pure motivation, all else equal, is to silence your critics, then the conversation on ethics just ends there, right? Because then like all we have to talk about are like, I guess, the lies and the legal validity of the case, but the ethical stuff kind of falls by the wayside if you just don't grant me that example. And now
if Ethan was trying to use the system to generally just silence his critics, then that would be bad.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you would also agree that all else equal, you can think of situations in which this is not the case. Lying about your intention regarding a lawsuit, that independent of whether the filing lawsuit itself is bad, in general, lying about why you're filing a lawsuit is itself bad, right?
I mean, lying in a vacuum is bad.
Yeah.
There's a content element to this where like Ethan Klein is this public persona. And I think if you asked his audience, like his dedicated fans that like watch all of his shows, they will tell you that Ethan is like a very kind of like petty person and doesn't really make any effort to hide it. So there's him like, maliciously lying, actually like trying to do actual subterfuge or deception. And then there's like him like being coy, right? Like you understand that there's a difference in those kinds of like versions of dishonesty, right?
No, what you're suggesting is a kind of like open facetiousness or kind of like
Yes.
coy, wink, wink, nod, nod, where
Yeah.
you know, literally it might be a lie, but everyone kind of understands what's going on, and so
Yes.
we don't really interpret it as a lie because it's kind of like a farce, right?
Yeah.
So I can totally acknowledge that distinction for sure. No, that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm merely suggesting is, all else equal, if someone, you wouldn't be like, it's good for Ethan to lie about his motivations. You'd be like, it's bad to lie about it, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, like just
now there could be some
very broad sense.
Yeah,
but...
there could be some extenuating circumstance where if he doesn't lie about his motivation, the world will blow up, or you know, they'll take away his kids or something like that, and there could be some more. But in general, like, we even think this of our politicians. We don't like it when our politicians lie. In general, we don't think that's good, and we think that there's a good norm in making sure that our public communicators are being frank and being upfront, and it's distasteful to us. We don't like it. All right, so this is just establishing. Because what will happen, Hutch, and it's not really specific to you, is people will say things like, who the fuck cares if he lied? I guess everyone just kind of assumed that he lied. It matters to people. Like, these kinds of lies matter. And it matters when they do it, right? It matters when Ben lies. It matters when Hasan lies. It matters when Denims lies. Fair?
Yes,
yeah.
But I feel like we can't just skip over what I just said a moment ago, which is essentially just like, not all lies are created equal.
I
agree.
Like,
we should not evaluate all lies as the same, just like it's just lie equal bad.
No doubt. So for
It's
example,
like, in this context and many other contexts,
when they lie about like the fact that they you know, this thing that comes to mind right now is they lied about whether Costa Rica would accept Kilmar Burger Garcia as a third country removal. And even though they said, yes, we would love to accept him, you don't have to send him to fucking Liberia or Africa. Like, there's no reason to do that. You can just send him here. And when Trump lies about that, I'm like, yes, this is a worse lie than a potential lie about a copyright lawsuit. Okay. All I'm just saying, though, is not that there aren't lies, that one lie can be better or worse. If you lie about whether, you know, your girlfriend looks fat in a dress, if you lie about, like, you know, I'm not saying that all lies are created equal. What I'm just mainly saying is, in general, we would be against Ethan in the sense of, we would condemn him lying about his intentions. We would say it's bad, right? Like, misleading his audience about the reason behind a lawsuit. And I think that you would grant me that. Fair?
But what's the value? Like, yes, but like, what's the value of this hypothetical when we know the particulars? Why don't we just get to the particulars? You're trying to establish this framework. You know, you're trying to take me on this journey.
I don't want it to be the case that I get you to agree that there's a lie, and then you'd be like, but I don't care.
But hang on. I just said a moment ago, I don't think that, like, I think when Ethan talks, I think everybody knows what motivated.
Okay, he literally can't walk down it because he's just like, this is the thing where someone feels they are on shaky ground and they just have to throw up roadblocks constantly, try to stop the conversation moving ahead. He's trying to like preempt now. He's trying to like start to preempt where he's getting boxed in, and he's kind of missing it, and it doesn't. He doesn't understand. He clearly doesn't understand the topic well enough to actually like lie through it. Yeah, he is just like authentically retarded. Thank you for the $10, Jimberly. When talking about lying, first we must determine, whether the recipient is entitled to the truth. This is why we must accept Kuihman's takes about Asian cinema, fashion, and heterosexuality. Thank you, Jimberly. Thank you.
Ethan in the first place. And I think it is both of these things. Like, the personal grievance that he had with these people for their contribution to his family's very real, like, suffering and harassment. And I think he also cares about malicious React content, as evidenced by his previous history of addressing
I know your
things.
position is that there is no evidence he lied, or the evidence you don't believe that he necessarily lied, or that he did lie at all. I understand that that's your position, that he didn't in fact lie. What I'm trying to suggest to you is, if he did, you can understand why someone would condemn it. And that.
But what do you think he lied about, though? Why don't we get to that? What do you think he lied about?
Okay, let's get right to it. I think he lied that his motivation for the lawsuit was to protect the React community. That's number one. That's the first lie. So I've identified a lie. And you can confront me and say, he never actually said that. I think that would be an absurd thing to say. Number two lie. He lied when he said that Kaceytron's apology was sincere. I think that those, at a bare minimum, are two significant lies that we should, if true, and I think you should grant me it, if it's true he lied about those two things, or either of those two things, you would condemn it. Fair?
I think not necessarily, no. Because I think that I think I agree with you that he put a little mustard on the idea that Kaceytron was being sincere. I think he was I think it was a kind of gloating for him. I think it was a kind of feigned being like magnanimous.
Well, you don't think he was being sincere when he told his audience not to attack Kaceytron and that this was a sincere apology?
No. I think he was being sincere there. I think he was trying to mitigate, like, yeah, or maybe he was, honestly, maybe he was feeling magnanimous in the moment. But when you watched,
Dude, like, he can't even keep it straight. He doesn't even know what he thinks. I can't take it. I can't fucking take this shit, man. God, it's so annoying.
The opening of that stream, and the vibes were pretty clear. Like, he opened the stream. I mean, that was a fucking victory lap. Like, he was gloating. Like, he was gloating throughout the whole stream.
But I think do you think that in the moments when he said, Kaceytron's being sincere, don't attack Kaceytron, we understand her plight, we understand what's going on. You think that was part of the kind of like wink wink gloating, or you think that he was being sincere when he was trying to tell his audience not to go after her? And if he wasn't being sincere, you got another problem there, right? Because then he's winking and saying to his audience, you should continue to do it. So you got
no.
Okay.
I think he was being sincere. Like you can, both things can be true. Both things, like
he can be simultaneous.
He can, you know, like
he can be sincere and not sincere at the same time, actually, guys. Didn't you know that? Didn't you know that?
Have a better angel in himself in the moment to dissuade like future harassment.
But I recognize that there's a difference in terms of whether something is a lie. If there's a kind of general understanding that this is some kind of farce or display where you're not expected to believe it. But you don't think that he was trying to do that with respect to his statements about, guys, Kaceytron, I believe this is a very sincere apology, very nice apology. Don't go after her. You think when he did that, wasn't that, right? That wasn't him being insincere. He was being sincere, wasn't he?
No, I think that was him trying to be responsible in terms of like moderating his community.
So was he being sincere? Or
maybe, probably, I don't know. I think, like, listen, I think, I don't know Ethan that well, to be honest with you. I don't really know, like, I can't speak to his character, but I have seen him in the past demonstrate sympathy for people, even people that he didn't like. So for all I know, in that moment, like, he can, but like I said, both of the things can be happening at the same time. So he can feel a sense of satisfaction that he got, like justice was served. Like there were consequences for bad behavior that negatively impacted him.
It's so shameful, man.
And at the same time, he can also have a part of him that wanted to be like responsible with his moderating of his community in that moment to prevent the war or whatever from blowing up even further.
What I'm trying to say
he can be motivated by multiple things at the same time.
So I'm not, when you say he can be motivated by things, it's very important, right? And I'm not trying to just be like super anal about how we use the words, but it really matters. Like when we say can, like I will always grant that it can be the case if what you mean by can is it doesn't entail a logical contradiction, right? So if you ask me, isn't it possible that Ethan could have two motives? I'm going to say, yes, it is possible, by which I mean it is not entailing a logical contradiction. So you just have to be very, very careful when you say that, because I'm going to, every time you say that, going to say, if by possible, do you mean logically possible? If by can, do you mean it entails a contradiction?
It is logically possible. I'll say it that way. It is logically possible. To be
that's nothing, right?
To gloat and show sympathy for your conquered foe at the same time.
What I'm telling you is it's logically possible for you to be able to jump to the moon right now. All we mean by logical possible.
What are you talking about? How is that logically possible?
Because the definition of logical possibility, the modality of possibility we're talking about there, is specifically about whether or not there's a contradiction entailed by it. So I would be, when I say something like Ethan,
I feel like I would be contradicting the laws of physics.
Right. So that's like a different, like if you take as given the laws of physics, then you can establish a contradiction in that the laws of physics. Okay, I know. But then you're introducing some.
Oh my god, he's actually getting stuck on the hypothetical race and stuck on the fucking analogy. He's so retarded, and he will never realize how dumb he is. It's hilarious, man. It's fucking hilarious.
These kind of rules of physics and these external rules that aren't necessitated by the situation itself. And so that's why it matters to talk about this, because what people will hear when you say, isn't it possible that Ethan Klein has two motives? And I answer yes to that is, oh, well, he just gave the game away because he's saying that it's possible to have two motives. But
I'm giving you my best answer. But I'm in the absence of certainty, because I have not personally reached out to Ethan and asked him like what motivated you in that moment. So I don't know.
Have you reached out to Trump and asked him the motivations about his malicious acts? And by the way, when I do this comparison, I'm not saying Ethan is the same as Trump, guys. Okay.
Are you suggesting?
I want to make sure. I want to inoculate myself against that. When I made the comparison to Trump, I wasn't saying Ethan is like Trump. It's a comparison.
But it's like you're demanding that I have certainty, and I don't. I'm giving you my vibe, my best guess from my observation.
No, I'm not asking you to say 100%. But I'm at 99.
Because I say it's possible, and you're like, well, then like you don't have
asking you to give anything. He's asking for anything. He's asking you to say, I think X. That's not certain. Just I think X or I think Y. I believe X to be true. Ethan's motivation seems to be Y. That's good enough. But he's not doing that. He's going, oh, well, couldn't it be possible that maybe, like, everything's true at the same time? Isn't it possible that, like, Ethan could think literally everything all at the same time, even things that are directly contradictory and totally mutually exclusive? No, Hutch, actually, that's not possible. Hutch, can you please follow the conversation? I'd be appreciated. Thank you, Hutch.
I can't prove to you right now that you're not a brain in a vat, that Ethan doesn't actually exist, that you're just a figment of my imagination. Like, there's so much that I cannot prove 100%, right? Like, I can't prove that 100% that we live on a sphere. By 100%, we mean to an epistemic certainty. So understand what I'm saying here is we're stepping way back to talk about like possibility in the abstract. And the only reason I'm doing this,
because you're debate broing me right now.
It's really not an attempt to debate.
You're debate broing me right now, dude. That was the bitchiest I've ever heard someone. Holy fuck.
Because you're debate broing me right now.
Let's get that back to normal speed. Yeah, that whining tone.
And the only reason I'm doing this,
because you're debate broing me right now.
It's really not
debate broing me right now.
Attempt to debate bro, because what will happen is
queer affect.
You'll ask, isn't it possible that Ethan has two motivations? And if I say no, I sound ridiculous because of course people can have mixed motives, right? Of course that's
you
possible.
Don't think that. Why don't we skip to that?
Right,
you don't think that.
Right. So I just want to clarify.
What do you think?
Right.
What do you think?
Right. So this is really important. I want to clarify when I say he doesn't have mixed motive. I'm not saying it's impossible for a person to have mixed motive. I'm saying the evidence that we have is, I think, strong that this motivation, the particular motivation that I'm citing, isn't what's actually motivating. But before we get into that, because I do want to get into that, I just want to like get an agreement. If he did lie about Kaceytron's apology and whether it was sincere, are you suggesting that you would say that that was good to do?
If the purpose of the lie was to prevent harassment, for example, would you say that that would be bad?
I think that that if you felt that an apology on anti-Semitism, on whether or not it was right to invoke Asmongold's mother, whether or not you're apologizing to your very employees, that you are eliciting a known insincere apology, why? To protect an insincere person, would you make that? If you were a principled person, I would say, yeah, I don't want you to lie to your audience about whether the apology is sincere based on your feeling that you have to like protect someone who's being insincere. Doesn't that make sense?
But if
thank you, Jimberly.
Pisco's painstaking boundary setting and definition grounding suggests he's on a no damage playthrough of Gollum Run. Everyone lend him your power. /0/
Dude, I need to see this conversation with Lonerbox now. Like, this is funny because this is like good Hutch hate content, like it is Pisco's bashing his head against a brick wall. But I need to see the Lonerbox conversation because the Lonerbox conversation can actually get somewhere, right? You may hate Zogbox, you may hate Zogbox, but that can actually get somewhere. Lonerbox is at least, you know, 20 IQ smarter than Hutch. Lonerbox actually, you know, if you present him a hypothetical, he'll be able to engage with it, give an answer. He might try and weasel a little bit, but ultimately, Lonerbox can have a fucking conversation. Hutch is so retarded that no functional adult should feel like capable of having a conversation with him without self-harming. Like that's like the level Hutch is at. Like he's the sort of person that makes that you meet. Like working a gas station job or something, and he's like totally dull, fucking retard that you like pray is never on shift when you're there. So you try and have a conversation with him about something that's going on. He's like, huh? What? Oh yeah, I haven't heard about that. You know, like that's Hutch. Hutch if he didn't have all day to sit online.
Again, you're not indulging my hypothetical. Would it be wrong to lie if you're, as a creator, if your intention is to dissuade your audience from like brigading Kaceytron streams and replies?
At some level of danger to Kaceytron's health and security, then yes, I think that it's okay to lie if like otherwise she would get killed or assaulted or attacked or some shit like that. And
or harassed. Or harassed and brigaded.
No, not that. I do not think at the scale we're talking about here, which is public criticism, all right? I also love this kind of like deflation of the word harassment. That means anytime you get like a bunch of comments, negative comments and shit and negative attention, by that logic, like I'm harassed constantly all the time by everybody. But like
I'm sure you are.
Harassment, like when I understand harassment to be, And it's not just like it is a specific wrongful act that puts you in like fear for your privacy, or a fear of like that you're about to be in physical harm or something like that, or someone's going to stalk you, shit like that. Not mere criticism because you did a bad thing. Like, it's not harassment that we say Trump is a piece of shit or Hexeth needs to go to jail, or we say that all, like, I understand these are public figures, but same thing on Denims.
Not the same thing
on
at
Hasan
all,
Piker,
though.
right? Like when Hasan Piker is
Pisco going so hard into points. Kui agrees with that. Our streamer's voice is cracking as he gasps and is weak in the knees. Wow.
Thank you for the $3. Thank you.
lying about Israel or Gaza or whatever that you think he's lying about, you wouldn't be like, okay, criticizing that as harassment, right? If he's doing misconduct, if he's being insincere and you criticize it, that's not harassment. Fair?
Just criticism is not harassment, but if it's organized brigading. If it's organized brigading,
by which you mean what? Like that they're trying to.
What do you
mean?
You don't know the term? You know what brigading means? Come on.
Brigading meaning like sending your people over to their servers or the different things.
Yeah, brigading doesn't even necessarily need to be like orchestrated by the creator.
No, I don't think that, yes, to answer your question, no, I don't think that the fear of brigading is enough to justify lying to your audience about an insincere apology. Because what you're saying is
so, dude. Wait, I'm noticing a crazy parallel here. Because some may remember I had a conversation with Hutch once where he wanted me to make a statement because he was worried people were brigading or attacking him from my stream. He wanted me to lie and say he wasn't a Destiny Orbiter on stream to try and quell the hate he was getting. And Pisco is currently having a very similar conversation. That's interesting. That's cool. Obviously not intentionally, but that's cool that I'm seeing Hutch get raped for this. This stupid belief.
Like sending your people over to their servers or the different things.
Yeah, brigading doesn't even necessarily need to be like orchestrated by the creator.
No, I don't think yes, to answer your question, no, I don't think that the fear of brigading is enough to justify lying to your audience about an insincere apology. Because what you're saying is
you're motivated by a desire to like prevent harm or limit harm. How could that be immoral?
Well,
because you're lying.
I think that his motivation is to try to claim it sincere for purposes of his further, to justify his position in the lawsuit and to justify the negative statements made about Hasan Piker. So I don't even buy, at this point, I don't have a good inference that he's really motivated to, protect Kaceytron's well-being. And part of that is because of the way he talks about Kaceytron's financial situation, which I find reprehensible. But we can get into that in a second.
He can be petty.
I just want to say that if it were the case that Kaceytron is being insincere in her apology, and Ethan Klein knows her to be insincere, you would say that it's okay for Ethan to lie about that.
I don't think it's necessarily bad.
But given the facts that we have here, if under current understandings of the fact, right, your own interpretation of the facts as you know it, if you found out and Ethan said to you, you know what, Hutch, I was lying, I don't think it's sincere, what would you say to that?
Don't care.
You don't care about the lie.
No.
This is why so I'm not going to spend a lot of time.
Don't care. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I think he was even if I indulged your version of it. Let's say he's just all it is just him doing a backhanded like victory lap. I don't care.
Okay, so that's why I lead with this stuff. If you don't care about whether or not he lied about her sincerity or insincerity on the apology, then I'm not going to spend a bunch of time. Even if I could establish that she lied, which actually I will ask you about, that you would think if you're not going to condemn it, right? I'm not going to spend a bunch of time wasting why you should, right? Like you're saying basically it's okay for him to lie about the sincerity of the apology, even if it's not true. For him to tell his audience it is true.
If you think that I have some kind of moral obligation to condemn him for lying in that spot in this hypothetical, you would have to convince me that the consequences that Kaceytron experienced were not commensurate with the way that she contributed to what happened with Ethan and Hila and all that.
No, I'm examining the lie.
You would have to say, because earlier in the conversation, you
said
that
keep on the track.
You don't think it was
it's
necessarily
crazy.
Immoral to bring litigation against someone, but be motivated by some other kind of
grievance.
You said that wasn't necessarily immoral, right?
Yeah, so I think that there could be motivations that aren't necessarily that it doesn't necessarily make it immoral. That's correct. I was giving some stylized examples, but we'll get into the facts about the lawsuit. But I just want to resolve this issue of lying.
No, but then this conversation needs to be about, like, do you think that Ethan bringing litigation was too far of a response to how Kaceytron and Frogan and Denims and that whole community contributed to the CPS call and the harassment that Ethan and Hila got?
Right. So, I mean, the case, you're basically asking me, do you think the lawsuits are justified? That's what you're asking me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I do want to get into that, but I just want to deal with the line.
Or,
is that okay?
Could it be justified? You know, like, I mean, is that an appropriate?
By could, you mean could I see some possible world that doesn't entail a contradiction in which it could be justified? The answer is yes. But again, that's
do you think that? That's no. But do
I
you
don't
think
think
that?
I think under the circumstances, given the nature of the lies and what's actually motivating it, I do not think that. And I'll tell you.
I mean, how do you feel about, like, just like, how do you feel about the collective communities that they had piling on about the CPS stuff? Like, how do you feel about that? And then the lack of moderation.
You understand?
How do you feel about that?
Like, I don't.
No, but that's a really important question. Like, how do you feel about that?
So, depending on the conduct, I of course condemn it. If what they're doing is advocating for or celebrating, for example, calling CPS on those facts, I condemn that. If they're, for example, let's say it's something weird like refusing to condemn the death of a political, the assassination or something, I would condemn that. Not moderating.
No, let's just talk about. Let's just talk about what happened.
I'm just saying,
like, they made a mockery of it.
I can think of a bunch of situations where failure to moderate is something that I would condemn. No,
but I'm talking about this specific thing. I just want your thoughts on this specific thing.
Right.
Like,
So
do you not think that? Do you not think that action that they did, that the way that they participated in the whole CPS thing? What did they do? I already laid it out for you. We talked about that before.
So it's your view. So you agree.
They enabled it. They were wildly irresponsible at best, and they were maliciously egging it on at worst.
Do you think that they're culpable? Do you think that they're culpable for what happened?
I think they're all, like, jointly culpable. Yeah,
okay.
They all have a part to play in that. Yeah, when you don't take any meaningful action to moderate your community, when you can see plain as day what's going on in your chat, and we're making jokes about it.
He has to start ranting and grandstanding.
Like, why are you joking about it
it's
after the
fact?
Man.
Well, like, presumably, if you're joking about it after the fact, and only after the fact, how do we know that there's a causal connection at all between what occurred and the community? I can imagine a bunch of people laughing at shit that they had no. So I'll give you an example, right? There are some Democrats who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you think that
they're coming out? It's coming out. Oh, dude. Pisco's getting testy. Pisco's getting testy.
Twitter, sure,
okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Are those people culpable for Charlie Kirk's death?
No, but that's not the same thing.
Well, you see, this comparison is not the same thing. So, have you considered that, Pisco? This comparison is not the exact same thing. You're not comparing two identical things. Pisco, have you considered that you're not comparing two identical things right now? So why are you saying it when they're not identical, Pisco? Oh my god, I can't fucking take it, dude.
At all. Wait, hang on a second.
Comparison. No. It's an analogy.
But this would only be analogous if they were all in message boards where they were talking about potentially unaliving Charlie Kirk. That would be analogous.
He separated it. He said, if they are celebrating it after the fact, and only after the fact, his exact words, how can you determine a causal connection? That's what he said. Fucking idiot, man. It's crazy that Hutch doesn't, like, cry himself to sleep every night. We live in a world where Hutch feels, like, confident enough to not just, like, cry himself to sleep every night and never stream again. They're so fucked up, man.
What you need to show, don't you, is a causal relationship between their conduct incriminatory act and the act itself, don't you?
The CPS call happened shortly after Denims did her stream where she platformed a bad empanada video where he was making the case that CPS should be called. And she made no meaningful, she like maybe she made some, but like she did not go nearly far enough in terms of moderating her. If I was her, first of all, why is she watching that video? Why is she platforming bad empanada? Why is she watching a video with this guy who is tacitly encouraging his audience to call CPS? Do you agree that that's wildly irresponsible as a creator?
To watch a bad empanada video?
Yeah, to watch a bad, not in a vacuum, to watch a bad empanada video of him making the case for why the viewer should maybe call CPS.
If by is it a good thing to do?
Is it irresponsible? Is what I said.
Should she do it? I think the answer is no. I don't think she should do it. But that's not
why.
But
why
that doesn't. Hang on, because I think that
no, but the why matters.
Yes,
the why matters.
I'm
why?
about to wait. I'm answering that. Did you hear me answering that? I said when I was
okay.
talking?
Go ahead.
So, I don't think it's good because if you are, watching a video in which these kinds of, bad things are being expressed, all else equal, without any pushback, potentially that could, encourage a risk or something of something occurring. But
yes.
But hang on a second.
Yes.
But hang on. But hang on 1 second. Do you have evidence that Denims knew what was in the video before she watched it? Yes or no?
I don't know off the top of my head, but she kept watching it. That's not the point. She kept watching it.
Wait a
second. Dude, he literally can't stop spazzing out.
She could have turned it off.
It's just so insecure. It's so plainly insecure.
The second he brought that up and said, "Whoa, this is way too far."
So the answer is no. You don't have any evidence that she knew the contents of the video before she watched it.
Why would you skip over? No, she continued to watch it, dude.
She indulged the logic.
Dude, answer one question at a time, Hutch.
I just want to do it one step at a time. So you don't have any evidence, correct, that she knew what was in the video before she watched it? Right?
I think you're trying to worm out of the logical conclusion that you just jumped to.
Let's just do one thing at a time.
I think you're trying to worm out of the logical conclusion that you just jumped to, which is that if the reason why it's irresponsible for someone to do that in her position is because, as you said, the risk goes way up that somebody in her community might act on that.
Here's the thing. It's an
so how is she not culpable?
So it's an attenuated risk. It's an attenuated risk that is not at all sufficient for culpability. Not even 1%. Not even close to 1%, Hutch. The mere acting and watching of a video that encourages bad.
So there's such easy analogies for this, right? Well, not like they're not like perfect analogies, but like you can easily start running down like this sort of thing with Hutch, where he obviously won't accept these extended forms of culpability in other cases. Like we go down, Hutch, you pay taxes and you vocally support Israel on the internet. Are you culpable for the actions of Israel? Right, you're increasing. We're paying taxes, and by supporting them on social media, you are in your small part, in a tiny way, increasing the chance that they're going to carry out war crimes. You're supporting it in this tiny way. Are you culpable, Hutch? Should you be held culpable if someone wanted retribution for something happening in Israel? Should they be able to take it out on you?
Stuff. Now you are culpable.
So there's obviously a line. There's obviously a line somewhere, isn't there? You could be in some way contributing and not be culpable.
Things that might result from watching a video.
Culpable.
No,
they're all
no
culpable.
Fucking
all
way
that
you would apply this standard to any other commentator who watches something. Come on, bro.
I do.
This is
no.
Is Hutch lying or dumb? Both. It's both. It's a mix. A terrible, terrible mix.
Bizarre and wild.
I have a consistent.
Me suggesting.
In fact, lying is maybe unfair. It's not quite lying. It's the same cultish, willful dishonesty that you see in like any big, like streamer community or like political thing. You know, it's like the same way MAGA retards act. It's the same way DGG sycophants act. The same way Hasan sycophants act. You know, it's like this willful dishonesty where you kind of know a lot of the stuff you're saying isn't quite true, but you're willing to fudge the details because you have like a bias or you think it's a good thing to do.
me. Ask my chat if I moderate. Ask my chat if I moderate.
This is crazy.
I take steps all the time. I tell my chat explicitly all the time. Don't brigade. I do all there's certain red lines that I understand that me as a creator, as someone with the following, as someone who could potentially influence someone, I do think that I have a responsibility to use that influence responsibly.
Culpable. It doesn't make you culpable. And
it doesn't make you 100% culpable, but you are partly culpable. Yes.
Hang on. So
at the very
here's a question for you, Hutch. If you're saying that Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, this is before he's killed. Charlie Kirk is a fascist. Charlie Kirk is trying to overturn the the democracy of our country.
Great example.
Doing these horrible things, and
you're doing the Republican thing now. You're doing the thing.
He can't engage with a hypothetical.
Why do you think,
bro? He literally cannot engage with a hypothetical. It's crazy.
I'm bringing it up, Hutch.
Because there's a difference.
Wait, Hutch, do you think I believe? Wait, Hutch, do you think I believe?
It's fine when I do it. It's fine when I do it.
Hutch, the fact that you're asking, so I'm gonna apply. I'm not gonna be deterred from bringing up this example. The question stands. The question is as follows: if you, as a creator, are platforming a video, you're watching a video in which someone says Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he's allowing and encouraging criminal actions from the administration, and honestly, I think that he's a fascist, and there should be no moral consideration for Charlie Kirk whatsoever.
He's a threat to
I'm going to finish the question, Hutch. I'm not going to get distracted.
I have a video. I just want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch a video.
No. I'm asking something.
I
will definitely watch your video after I get an answer and we address it. I will definitely. Don't worry about it, right? So if it's the case that you have someone who's watching a video of someone else saying Charlie Kirk has blood on his hands, he should have no moral consideration, and he kind of doesn't do anything, he just kind of watches it. Ends up Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Someone comes up to you, Hutch, and said, you are culpable. You watched this insane video in which he says no moral consideration should be given to Charlie Kirk. You don't actually believe it, and you didn't do any pushback in that moment. Let me finish the question. Let me finish the question. Would that person who watched that video with
dude, it's so satisfying, man. It's so satisfying. Holy fuck. Look how just like the posture and everything, man. Everything about it is just like is enraging, bro. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I'm gonna tell fucking AM rant about this guy, bro. I'm like I can't take it, bro. It's so bad.
Without any pushback on the notion that Charlie Kirk deserves no moral consideration. He didn't push back there. He let that stand. Would that person be culpable for the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Yes or no?
Did the video that was watched? I need to ask you about the video this hypothetical video. In the hypothetical video that I watched, did the creator of that video suggest that someone should it explicitly suggests that someone should unalive Charlie Kirk?
No. He says he deserves no moral consideration. Whatever happens to him is justified.
No, that's too abstract. Why? Then no, there's no culpability there.
So this
is not abstract.
Wait, hang on a second. Don't you agree that there's a risk that someone could get the wrong impression? Isn't there a risk?
That standard is way too high.
Hang on a second. So I'm just asking a question.
You agree with me that there's a spectrum.
Isn't there a risk?
You agree with me that there's a spectrum.
So what I'm trying to prove is, what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is the mere fact that there's an increased risk does not imply that there is culpability. The volitional acts of others cut off the causal chain such that we imply culpability, even if it's the case. Even if it's the case that you have.
Hutch should not understand a word of that. All that Pisco just laid out like the core of the argument here, and there's absolutely no way Hutch registered any of it. Dude. Holy fuck. I'm fucking dying. Holy shit.
Cut off the guy that there is mere fact that there's an increased risk does not imply that there is culpability. The volitional acts of others cut off the causal chain such that we imply culpability, even if it's the case. Even if it's the case that you have dangerous rhetoric,
he's so dense.
Such that it's possible there's a risk. You agree, don't you, by the way, that Destiny, I think he's been based on a lot of his assessments of the double standards and hypocrisy of MAGA. Would you deny that there is a risk that him saying and refusing to condemn at times, sometimes he does condemn it, but at times refusing to condemn carries risk of the assassination? Does it carry risk?
You kind of lost me there.
So when Destiny refuses to condemn,
dude, there's no way. I'm losing it, man. I can't with this guy. Oh, dude, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad, dude.
Assassination of Charlie Kirk. I am telling you that he's inconsistent on it. Sometimes he condemns it, but there are moments.
I've talked all the time about how. Yes, I think his rhetoric around that stuff is way too irresponsible.
All of a sudden, there's a Republican.
This is inconsistent.
All of a sudden, there's a Republican who's killed, and they even cite, Destiny because no moral consideration. There needs to be equality, whatever. That would be. You would not say Destiny's culpable there, would you?
Oh my god. Pisco going for the fucking throat. Literally the biggest betrayal I've ever seen. Most insane betrayal I've ever seen.
But there are moments.
I've talked all the time about how. Yes, I think his rhetoric around that stuff is way too irresponsible.
All of a sudden, there's a Republican.
This is inconsistent.
All of a sudden, there's a Republican who's killed. And they even cite, Destiny because, no moral consideration. There needs to be equality, whatever. That would be, you would not say Destiny's culpable there, would you?
You
wouldn't say it, would you?
You are fucking debate.
No, just answer it, dude.
Right now. We're
because
so
you understand.
Dude, he literally can't answer the questions. It's crazy. It's crazy. Lonerbox needs to cover this. I want to see Lonerbox cover this. I have to see Lonerbox cover this properly. Actually address the arguments being made, unlike he did in that shit video the other day. I need to see Lonerbox watch this and see. This is how he sounds. This is literally how he sounds half the time, bro. He needs to see this. There's no way anyone can watch this. Anyone who's got, like, the faculties to follow a conversation like this, which, online it seems is few and far between. Anyone who's got the faculties to follow a conversation like this, if you hold the positions Hutch does, you've got to be, you have to be either screaming like the absolute perfect rebuttal, like, I was Hutch not thinking of this, or you're going to be like, dude, I might be in a fucking, I might be in a corner here. I might have really taken some silly positions here. I watched it last night. It was last night.
It's about this. I just want you to watch a video. I just want you to watch a video. Okay. We don't need to do the hypotheticals.
No, we actually do, because this shows that there's a principle that we're not going to impose culpability.
But you're not proposing something that is analogous, dude. These are not analogous.
You need to explain. You need to explain this. You need to explain the disanalogy then, because what I provided you, you said, right? Wait,
let me ask you a question. You've asked me like 5 questions, bro. Let me ask you a question. Would you, if you were watching a video, and then the creator of the video, in the video that you're watching, suggested that someone should unalive Tim Pool, would you continue to watch the video?
I would condemn that. I'm just telling. That's why. And I would say, yes, I might.
Would you continue to watch the video?
Yeah, I might continue to watch the video. I watch unhinged people say unhinged things all the time. Now, I would probably, unless I forgot.
Turn that shit off. Come on, bro. You would turn it off.
Why? Dude, why?
TOS considerations.
Are you shitting me? Wait,
you don't think you would turn that off?
If I saw a video in which someone is making a threat of violence, you think I would automatically turn the video off?
If somebody made a specific call to action, you would be banned in like a second if you didn't turn it off, right?
Wait, mere listening to it? I've never heard that, TOS.
You can't. Okay.
That's not true at all. The TOS says you can have stuff like that in there as long as it's condemned. You can recreate that for journalistic or critique purposes. Go look at the TOS. It's there very clearly. I would know. I've had YouTube safety training for very similar things, and it made me select the right option on the multiple choice thing. So I know that as long as you say, this is terrible stuff, I'm only presenting this for journalistic purposes, this is pure, you're pretty much safe.
Maybe
you've never heard a TOS for a call to action to
if an individual,
a specific call to action to hurt someone or harm someone.
If an individual is endorsing it but just merely watching the video.
Yes, every platform that you're on, basically. If you're watching a video that says someone should really go on a live Tim Pool, and you didn't,
and I condemn that.
So wait, so why isn't Destiny banned?
Wait, hang on.
You would be no.
So
You would be banned if you didn't turn that off, right?
Wait, I'm not convinced of that. If I've watched, maybe it's just because
hang on,
they haven't.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of that? Like,
no.
I've watched unhinged people like say crazy things. Like, we consider and we've analyzed, for example, Trump's incitement theories under both legal, and we've watched the videos and stuff. We watched Jan 6 videos.
You got me shouting, so I need some fucking water.
Oh, no worries. So
if you were watching a video
that.
where somebody said, you know what, I really fucking Tim Pool is just the worst, and you know somebody definitely needs to go and unalive him, right? You would continue to watch that?
Yeah, if I was analyzing it and saying this is a true threat, this is an example of a true threat. I'll give you another example, right? In the
but you said you would specifically condemn it, right?
Yeah, I mean it depends on the context. Like if there's
why?
Because I do think that potentially there could be, if I just let it play and don't specifically address it, I think that there could be action by Twitch. But again, just because there's action by Twitch or there's a risk for my channel doesn't mean that I'm accepting culpability if something bad happens. I just want to be clear about the distinction there. And second, I do think that there's a moral responsibility to condemn these acts of violence or even acts, for example, of deception or whatever. And I think that there's a potential risk and you should minimize risk where possible. Here's the difference, right? Mitigation of risk and an obligation to avoid risk doesn't equal culpability if something bad ends up happening after the fact. And this is easily, you can understand that if you just apply any of the comparisons that I've talked about, that no one in the context that I provided, that you're examining someone saying some unhinged shit about Charlie Kirk, and then all of a sudden, oops, someone kills him. No one could ever come to a lib creator and you would defend, you would say, this is insane. You know, he was watching a video of someone else doing it. He wasn't doing it.
No, but what if I could show you a video of Denims herself saying that somebody should call CPS on Ethan?
Go for it. I would say that's independently bad. Yeah.
Okay. Apparently there's a video. All
right, show us.
It's on my stream. Just pull up my stream.
Can you share it on Discord?
Yes. Hold on.
You acting like I have like a problem condemning Denims or Hasan or
we're getting into all these hypotheticals though. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think they're culpable, and I think they.
Hutch, why do you think I'm doing this? I'm doing this because I don't want you. I love you. I love you, my boy. To weasel out and be like, there's no fucking comparison here. And like,
you're doing this to avoid the possibility that these creators did something that was extremely harmful.
If they,
he's trying to get there. He's trying to get there.
Advocated for CPS, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to condemn that.
Okay,
Even by the way, just so you know, even if they're just
let me watch the clip. Let me just watch the clip. Hold on, yeah, sure. I'm pressing play.
I'm telling you in advance. I'm not even need to see the clip. I will see the clip, but I'm just telling you in advance.
I want to see the clip.
If they laugh about it after the fact, I'll condemn that too. Guess what? It doesn't resolve the issue.
But you don't. Okay, hold on. Let me watch the clip. I'm done talking for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, you don't think that laughing about something after the fact can have a causal impact on whether it happens in the first place? Really, Pisco? Are you seriously suggesting that when I'm making a point, I have to account for the fact that time moves in a constant linear fashion, and that one event takes place after another, and that if one event takes place after another, you cannot have that event have a causal relation with the preceding event? I'm gonna fucking lose it, man. Does Pisco even watch the clip?
For what your chat,
we might have to pull it up. I've got it here, I'm pretty sure.
See what she says, and then now we wonder shit in their house, and then Denims hosts this and see what she says, and then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite.
Dude, it's literally, it's the chat clip.
So this is not a joking matter, by the way.
So at no point in this does she advocate for CPS.
Only compiled by his crew.
It makes sense. How is this happening? You'll be.
At no point does she advocate for CPS. Pretty sure Badem doesn't either.
Oh, it was Denim's chat.
I hope you're not.
Dude,
I hope you're not going to impose some kind
of
strict liability for what your chat says. That's
dude, and it's a lie anyway. It's a total lie anyway. So we already went over that clip earlier.
Insane, and you're never going to defend that
standard.
You're
nuts. You're not. You don't think. Hang on. If
you
your
don't think you could be held accountable for some mean comments in your chat,
spamming
shitting me?
Hang on. If
dude,
you're
spamming,
call the cops on
so
Rob
it's a
Noor.
total lie. This is a total lie. He's lying here. It was 6% of the messages were shown in a 900 message space. They were not. Only 3 of those messages happened while the clip that is playing there plays. It's beyond fucking parody. It's beyond fucking parody.
You wouldn't tell them to not call the cops?
That's not what I said. Wait, that is not what I said, Hutch. I didn't say that.
Do you have a responsibility?
Yes. No, they literally just deliberately avoid engaging
After
anything.
reading Catcher in the Rye, I just have this virulent urge to kill John Lennon.
Thank you for the $4.20. So real. So real. Dude, Catcher in the Rye is awesome. Okay, I hate people who hate on Catcher in the Rye. I know no one says it made anyone kill John Lennon anymore, but you know, people hate on it. People say it's like, you know, corny and stupid high school book and all this shit. It's an awesome book. It's a great book.
Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. Yes, that doesn't mean you're culpable. You understand the difference there? Just because you have a self-
Of course it does. What do you mean?
No, it fucking doesn't. If someone ends up, so you're saying if I failed to do my due diligence in like saying and giving an affirmative thing, hey guys,
it's good, but it's edgelord bait. Yeah, it's obviously edgelord bait, but then there's like the step, you know, it's like it's sort of similar. You know, it's not similar, but it is similar at the same time to like people the different appreciations of Fight Club. You know, there's like the either you engage with it unironically or you sort of, you know, engage with it a little bit past that, you know. And if you're drawn to it as like a super edgelord, like for those reasons, you're kind of engaging with it a bit unironically.
This, and you shouldn't call the cops on Rob Noor. If I don't do that, and if I just let it play out, either because I don't see it or because I'm negligent, because I'm just fucking twiddling my thumbs, you think I have culpability for some shithead who does that?
No. That's not what I said, though. Let me give you a hypothetical. You love hypotheticals. Let me give you a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Okay? Let's say all of us on Live and Learn, okay?
Yeah.
You, me, Soypill, and IRI. We all watch the same video independently with our own viewers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And in that video, somebody makes a claim, and then like all of our chats are like spamming, you know, like somebody needs to call the cops on Rob Noor.
Yeah.
Okay. And then somebody calls, and we don't do anything. We don't police it at all.
Yep.
And then somebody calls the cops on Rob Noor. Are none of us culpable, or are all of us culpable?
You're not culpable.
None of us are culpable?
No, the culpable party is the parties that encouraged it, explicitly with their intention, their active intention to do so, and those who did it. That is the culpable party.
I mean, we just have like a major philosophical difference between like responsible content creation. Because
I want you to apply this standard that you're just setting out. Anytime that because there have been left-wing acts of violence, and there are chats that will talk about this kind of shit, saying, you know, these people should. These people exist. You know these people exist.
Of course, yeah, of course.
And you would never say, well, because you failed to moderate your unhinged chat, as opposed to saying, okay, you have a responsibility to upkeep it. I would agree with that, no doubt. But that you're culpable for the actions, that's insane. That's strict liability for what your fucking chat does.
Maybe we're getting hung up on the term, but I think like at minimum, you could say that you, through your inaction and through your tacit endorsement, really, of what Bad Empanada was saying in that video, and then you like ignoring your chat, like multiple people in your chat, and you have mods, like you're looking at, she looks at her chat constantly. She chose to not like do anything about those comments.
Yeah, it's like all built on a lie. I wish Pisco had all the information. It's just like, fight this. It's so fucking annoying, dude.
Like at that point,
just real quick. I'm not talking about legal. I just want to be clear. Wait a second. I'm not talking about legal culpability. I am talking about ethical culpability. I just want to be clear.
Yes,
I'm not
of course you're ethically.
But I'm seeing people in the chat, so I'm only talking about ethical culpability. But go ahead.
This is a major philosophical difference between you and me. I think if you are a creator and you're seeing specific calls to action, especially something as serious as government intervention on somebody that you don't like, you have a responsibility to step in at that point and say, guys,
otherwise
this
you're culpable,
is way
right?
too far. Excuse me?
Otherwise you're culpable?
Otherwise, you have contributed to like that event happening in some small way, or you could, at the very least, potentially have done it. The reality is, we can't know who made that call. Was it someone from Hasan's audience? Was it someone from her audience?
That doesn't relieve you of your burden of showing.
We don't know.
That doesn't relieve you. That doesn't relieve you of your burden to show that they are culpable. You just because it's hard to find evidence of the particular thing that shows culpability doesn't relieve you of your responsibility to show it. But your standard.
Culpable, do you hear like 100% responsible?
No, I would hear morally culpable for the thing occurring. That's what I understand it to be.
There's a shared culpability is my point. And I think you're using that like uncertainty about where the call came from as a means to just like deflect all responsibility. Like you're saying that they had no ethical obligation to moderate their own chat as they're like making suggestions to call CPS.
What you're culpable for to me. What you're culpable for is what you did wrong. What you did wrong was failure to moderate appropriately your chat. What you're not culpable for is actually fucking calling CPS. That is
if you were in Ethan's shoes, just try to imagine.
No, that's not. No, so I can totally grant that if I accept all of Ethan's priors, if I take his point of view, we're not talking about from his lights. Does he think it's justified? He's doing it. I suppose.
No, but I'm asking you to just imagine, like,
oh my God,
who would you have blamed? Do you think you could understand blaming like
it's
the
like
whole pool of creators that were all dogpiling and encouraging
it, laughing
about it?
If you were Erica Kirk and JD Vance, can you imagine blaming more than just Charlie Kirk's killer? It's like you could just do this endlessly. You could do this all day. It's not the fucking point, Hutch. Make an argument, you fucking retard.
Encouraging it.
Blaming them
for
the
CPS showing up at your house.
That's unhinged. That's unhinged. That's what
That's unhinged. No, you would.
So I want to hear you say it then. So I'm going to give you another example.
You'd be like, well, we can never know, so I can't blame any of them. You would not do that, bro.
If your community actively encourages doxing, and you fail to moderate that doxing, and then doxing in fact occurs, is the streamer culpable for doxing?
I'll tell you what how I would feel.
I'm asking if you can.
No, I'm telling you exactly. I'm telling you exactly. Imagine me, right? And I found out that somebody in my community doxed someone. And there was a thing that maybe we missed. Like I was looking away from chat or something like that. I would feel like I would feel responsible. I'm not going to be distracted.
I'm giving you an example.
I'm giving you an answer.
So no, you didn't answer that question. You said what you would do, that you would feel responsible if some other shit happened, even when you were negligent. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a situation in which community doxes, you're aware of it, and you don't moderate it. And intentionally, you don't moderate. You see it's there, and you don't moderate it. Is the streamer culpable for the doxing?
I think they are partly responsible. Yes.
Okay, so it's a standard you would apply that the mere non-moderation decisions as to your community gives you culpability for the attacks, however attenuated, that might occur because you fail to moderate your community, even though those actions.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't believe that. I'm a bit incredulous right now because you seem to be you seem to be totally closed off to the possibility that a streamer has any reasonable like expectation of being responsible in their moderation. Because what's the point of moderation?
Hutch, I literally said the opposite. So I want to be clear that I literally.
Then what's the point? What's the point of moderation?
First, I'm going to establish that what you just represented is literally the opposite of what I said. So you heard me, didn't you, when I said that there is a responsibility to moderate? You heard that? Did you hear that? Did you hear it? So I asked. I'm asking you if you heard me say that.
I'm trying to make sense of what you're saying because
I just want to make sure you heard it when I said it.
Hang on.
Yeah.
What you're saying is contradictory to me.
It's not.
Because otherwise, well, what is the point of moderation then?
So I just want to make sure you heard me.
Can you answer that question?
I will, but can you answer my question?
Yes, I heard you.
All right,
what's the point of moderation?
There's self-standing obligations to moderate to reduce risk that a streamer I think has. There's a low cost of compliance and where there are obvious potential benefits to a low-cost compliance incident. The fact that you have a self-standing obligation to mitigate risk, I'm going to repeat it and make sure you hear it, so I'm going to say it twice. That you violated your duty to moderate does not mean you are culpable for actions that underlie it. It means that you're
if you're not culpable.
Oh my God. I mean, so you understand that there are two obligations, right? There are two moral weights.
What you're saying makes no sense, because if you're saying you're there to mitigate risk, but you're not culpable if something happens, well, then what the fuck?
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction?
Risk,
you say it makes no sense.
What risk are you mitigating?
Yeah. So the risk that you're mitigating does pertain potentially to later on events, but that doesn't mean that you're culpable.
What does that mean, dude? Come on, don't say events. Risk of what?
Of either bad conduct, malicious conduct, whatever's responsible, whatever's down the line. Absolutely. So I just want to make sure that you understand the distinction here. Do you understand a distinction between a duty to mitigate risk, that is by properly moderating, and the culpable actions of intentional people who are doing the thing? And the reason I'm asking this of you is, if you don't understand that difference, I think that there's like a huge issue in communication here. Because just because you fail to moderate and fail to optimally minimize risk doesn't mean that you're responsible for the volitional malicious conduct of other people.
No, you're not. Obviously, listen, whoever called CPS, that was their decision. Ultimately, they're responsible for their actions. But you seem to be like aloof to the idea that people with tremendous levels of influence, especially when we're talking about that particular shared community. I'm not trying to distract you. You're acting aloof to the idea that these people could potentially influence their own audience through action or in.
Guys, we've got a long way to go yet. Okay, we've got a long way to go yet. So now is a great time, okay, to talk to all 361 of you people here right now about the fact that there are like 280 of you who could like the stream right now but haven't. So if you wouldn't mind, please move your cursor to thumbs up and clicking it, pressing a thumbs up on your mobile device. That'd be huge appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, however, you can donate directly through a stream elements link in the pinned chat message. Great way to support the stream. Bypasses all YouTube cuts and everything. Great way to support. Obviously, all support appreciated, but that's a direct way. Other ways to support, though, include buying a membership to YouTube, gifting a membership to YouTube to another user in chat, gifting many memberships all at once to multiple other users randomly throughout the chat. Which is very awesome. Very, very hype and awesome. We love memberships. We love gifted memberships. You also buy a super chat, which will highlight a message and read it out on TTS, or a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or GIF that we highlight in chat. I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Thank you. We're gonna keep pushing through with this. Okay, we keep pushing through.
In action to do something like that. So is Denims 100% responsible for what happened? No.
Set a goal. Okay, let's set a goal. How far in are we? 4 hours into the stream. Okay. Well, we'll set a 1 hour goal and we'll see how we do.
But she's partly culpable, in my opinion, because she contributed to that culture and that community and that rhetoric that led to ultimately the call happening in the first place. Okay. I can't give you like, is she this percentage to blame or that percentage? But there's a general significant culpability.
So does Denims have significant culpability for the CPS call that she did not place? That there's no evidence that I've seen her encourage before the fact.
I never said that.
Wait. I'm just asking you the question, Hutch. Do you think that there is significant culpability by Denims or Kaceytron?
Define significant. Are we talking percentages here?
That is a primitive, and I will, but I will say I'll put a percentage on it. 5% significant.
Maybe, yeah.
So you think that Denims is 5% responsible?
I don't know.
At least 5% responsible.
You're being asked the question. You just said yes, and now you're going, I don't know. Now that you think it might be retarded.
Way to give you up. Maybe, sure.
That is,
yeah.
And what percentage is Kaceytron responsible?
2%. I don't. Who cares?
So
it doesn't matter. There's
at a bare minimum, Kaceytron, as I understand it, insignificant responsibility. Fair?
No, you're missing the point.
Oh my
There's
God.
a shared culpability, friend.
So first of all, I don't even accept that we would apply the culpable standard to the actual act itself. We would apply a culpability to the failure to moderate and uphold the norm of moderating, but it wouldn't extend to the actual act itself. But even assuming that we would, the notion that you would put 5 or greater percentage on a call that you have no evidence that she encouraged, no evidence that she knew about it, the only thing you have is chat comments that you can't prove she read, that have been provided in a video to you. That's all risky, you have, right? And you're willing to say
that's risky, right? Wait. You said that was risky, right?
Hang on a second. So if she knew about it, potentially, what I'm trying to
do, you think it's 0%?
Oh my God, this is crazy. Wait, so I just want to lay out.
You say my 5% is dumb.
I'm going to lay out the case.
Do you think it's 0%?
For me, it's 0%. 0% culpability for the call. Unless
wait, you just said a minute ago that if you don't moderate, there's a risk that someone in your audience could do something, right?
Correct. That doesn't mean that you're culpable for the actual act.
How could it be 0% then?
It just said like 6 times, because that doesn't necessarily mean that you're culpable for the action itself. That's how it can be 0%. Hutch. That's how it can be 0%.
They're not the same wrong. Do you understand?
I'm being told to finish the clip. Hold on. There's more to the clip.
Okay, go for it.
Already lost the clip. I stopped like a minute in. Here, hold on. So I don't know if you're watching the same thing, but she's telling her audience that, she's strongly implying that Ethan's children might die.
A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and he's neglected.
That's not strongly implying they might die. That's saying there is a risk to children from catching diseases.
The children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces.
Is death a potential outcome? Yes, but that's like saying, like, you can say about catching any disease ever, right? Like, it's so fucking stupid, dude.
I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which, by the way, was apparently compiled by his crew.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick.
Yeah, we've been over the fake chat.
It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
Okay. Wow. Terrible stuff, man.
What is she? Sorry. Where does she say? What does she say? Give me the words.
Like, just click to a minute into the video.
I don't know what video. I don't see any video.
I put it in the Discord.
Oh, okay, one second.
Can you just, why isn't he just screen shares? This guy's like so retarded, bro.
An image.
How can they all believe the Dr. Chat when there was a whole video debunking it? Because they refuse to engage with anything remotely oppositional, because they're literally, it's built on, they know it's built on shaky ground. Hutch is just like a pathetic fucking idiot. Like, truly, it's like so embarrassing that he's like this. It's like, I can't believe it. He's like in his fucking late 30s.
Shit, in their house. And then Denims hosts this and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
Watch that clip and try to tell me she's 0%, bro.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something. But they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to? And every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have mold Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. Guys. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, And his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said, everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew, playing.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. Yeah. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
Have to sit there again.
I fail to see how this is encouraging someone to call CPS.
I didn't say that it encourages someone to call CPS.
Okay.
You don't have to. You don't have to encourage. Do you have to encourage someone to call CPS to contribute to the risk of someone calling it?
No.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to suss out for you is...
Dude, it keeps flicking back. He's not asking about whether it contributes to the risk. He's asking, is there a culpability for that separate, malicious, willful action? That's what is being asked. Every time, that is the point. Is there culpability? Does that person know, is culpability on them for the action? And the answer seems to be no.
Mere, potential increase of risk. And I agree. I mean, like, the mere fact that she's reporting, like, even viewing the video at all, right? Even in a critical lens, might increase the risk of someone calling CPS, right? Even if you were examining a video just to criticize it, right? Just to tear it apart. If you're a big enough streamer, that might contribute to a risk on net that you don't know everyone who follows you fucking watch it. So what I'm saying is there's a self-standing obligation to moderate 100%, but that doesn't coextend to substantive. And here I'm not talking about legal, ethical culpability that I'm going to impose, some kind of ethical breach with respect to the substantive act that we're talking about. And the notion, and I'm going to lay it out here because I watched the whole clip, that you're going to give Denims, as you sit here, 5% or greater responsibility.
You came up with that number.
You bought it, right? So the fact that I said
Pisco said significant. Hutch said, what is significant as a percentage? Pisco said 5%. Hutch said, yeah, it's more than 5%. It's fucking crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. I just can't take it, dude.
You didn't have to adopt that. You didn't have to say, yes, I agree more than 5%. You didn't have to say, you asked me, what do you consider significant? I gave you a number, 5%.
Oh my God.
And you said, yes. No one put a gun to your head, Hutch, that you had to accept that number. So for you, it's chicken shit right now for you to be like,
no, but yes, you're trying to box me in. I'm not thinking about...
Yes, dude. And there it is. He's trying to box me in. Because you're wrong. If you're getting boxed in, it's either because you're a fucking idiot or you're wrong. It's one of the two. But either way, your argument isn't making sense. So stop spazzing and figure it out. It's so annoying, man. I can't take this shit. Holy fuck.
About these things in like percentage points, my friend.
You adopted it.
I'm thinking about I'm at a much more top level view of things.
Right.
I'm not gonna tell you 2% for Casey.
See, guys, this totally isn't like the mark of a complete fucking moron at all, is it? You're trying to pin me on this micro issue? Well, how about we just talk about the macro thing instead? Oh, I can't defend any of this on the micro level. Let's just talk about the macro. When you really look at it, don't they just deserve it? Don't they just deserve it? Great stuff, man. Please delete your account. I'm begging. I'm begging Hutch. I'm starting a petition. Hutch, resign from YouTube. Quit YouTube.
5% for this. My brain is not working. Your lawyer brain is going there, and I'm not with you on that.
When I say significance, the 5% significance.
What lawyer brain meaning? Able to follow a train of logic, able to, like, flesh out an argument and follow it to its conclusion. Draw reasonable inferences from sets of evidence. Yeah, lawyer brain. Lawyer brain. Stuff that only lawyers can do.
Like a statistical, if anything, it's not my lawyer background. It's like my, I don't know, econ statistics background from undergrad. That I know that there's a 5% significance level, 1%. And so here I'm giving, 5%, but I wouldn't even give 1%. So I'm being more generous and saying, okay, significant in this range. I guess I'm being less generous with 5%, but I just want to be clear. So I'm going to lay it out. So you got to let me lay it out. All right. Okay. Because you did adopt it, unless you want to come back and say, I take back 5%. Are you going to say that?
I'm going to stick with it. I'm sticking with the 5%.
Okay.
In fact,
perfect.
I'm saying it's specifically 5%. That's what I think.
Okay. The fact that you would say that Denims deserves 5% culpability, not for failure to moderate and her norms with respect to her moderation responsibilities and her norm to minimize risk.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on, wait. I'm going to say it's 5.25%.
Okay, greater than 5%. Fair.
Okay. Yeah.
But how you're doing this right now sounds like you're kind of like being like you're trying to say that what I'm saying is ridiculous. That
a little bit. Yeah.
So what the fuck is your point with that? How would we assess significance in any other degree? How would we supposed to? So clearly you're arguing that they, because you're not going to say that if they have insignificant responsibility that they should be punished this way. Fair. So how else am I supposed to assess their culpability in relation to what happened?
Because I think you're trying to come at it from a direction of like you're hitting it with this like degree of specificity that I don't think I think you're using that to try to like weasel out of some pretty just obvious observations to make. Like if you were in Ethan's shoes.
It's just like non-argument after non-argument. I'm like totally blinded, man. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
And you couldn't know for sure, like, from whose community this caller came.
You would do a shotgun blunderbuss approach? Fucking spew it, regardless of their responsibility? Regardless?
No, what I'm trying to say is any reasonable person in that position would have a shared kind of like animosity or sense of blame towards just the whole group.
Even for people who have insignificant responsibility? That would be reasonable?
I don't think there's anything
reasonable
like,
or not, Hutch.
But this is what I think you're doing with like you're using these words like significant and trying to get at these percent.
Answer a single fucking question. When you cannot answer a single question, that should worry you so bad. Oh my God, bro.
Points. It's just so like try to engage with what I'm saying without trying to.
You're trying to say that
specify
like
it further.
A person in Ethan's position, given the fact that he can't pinpoint exactly who
would be justified,
who among the culpable parties is most responsible,
would be justified in being angry at the whole group.
I understand what you're suggesting, but the question is, there's a minimum threshold. You wouldn't say that a person in Ethan's position.
But this is unquantifiable.
Oh my God, Hutch, let me fucking talk. So you wouldn't say that someone in Ethan's position, it would be reasonable for them to, target someone who has like no culpability, right? Fair?
Yes, of course.
All right. And you would also, you would not accept that he target people who have trivial responsibility. Whatever word you want to put on it, man. I mean, like,
I don't think it's trivial though.
Okay,
none of that.
That's what we're talking about. And that's why you're asking for specific percentages. You did ask. What do you mean by 5%?
You did.
What did you mean by significant?
But yeah, exactly. But like, you're the one that's introducing these like individual values that we can't quantify. The point is, someone in Ethan's position, I think, would be justified in being suspicious of everyone in the sense that like, like, I don't know who's community, but it could have been any of them. And just being angry at like all of them. And certainly he was justified in feeling a sense of like what I would think would be like righteous rage that after the fact, it became a joke. It was like a joke to these people. And at best, it was a joke. At worst, the same creators after the fact, including more recently Taylor Lorenz, who was making a joke about it, like they thought it was a source of comedy.
Yeah, why?
Like that would, I don't know about you, but that would make me, I would boil with rage if that was me.
Okay,
like that's not funny. There's nothing about that's funny. We're well beyond internet beef at this point. The government, you're in the system now. Like you're asking yourself like, oh my God, are they going to take my kids away? That is way too far. And I don't think it's trivial to mock that or make light of it or justify it.
Whether you think it's trivial on some other norm of being like respectful to people, after some tragedy occurs, of like, having some standard of decency, that is a separate inquiry as to whether or not they're after, conduct behavior, like it violates some separate norm or standard of decency, separate from the act itself, right? Because I'll give you an example, right? if someone laughs at the fact that Charlie Kirk got assassinated after the fact, you wouldn't say that they're culpable for the act itself. And you would recognize that having their own like moral violation in the laughter is separate from extending culpability of the assassination itself. You understand that, don't you? Yes?
It would be a different kind of calculation.
It's different.
Like instead of right, but this is not. This is both. This is a both situation. So like all of those creators were, number one, saying that it was justified, and number two, they were joking about it after the fact.
I've been asking for people to present when one of these three creators said that calling CPS was
You
justified.
just watched a video. You just watched a video
in which she never said that. This predates. So I just want to. This is the logical entailment of you. You agree that video, edited in the way it was, represents and purports, and it makes sense that it does, that this happened before the CPS call. So you can't say that this is her justification of the CPS event because linear time, correct?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
What do you mean?
This was before. Like, okay, hang on. Let me walk you through this, okay? Did she did she agree with the claim that Bad Empanada was making in the video that Ethan's kids got Giardi because he was negligent?
She says that it's dangerous. She said it was dangerous.
No. Did she agree is what I asked.
I'm not sure that. Hang on, I'll rewatch it.
So, all of this, because everything that he said,
I'll rewatch it too. Because to me, she's very clearly saying like, "Oh, this explains so much."
No one stop talking, read.
Motherfucker's always
like
sick.
she's very obviously agreeing
it all makes sense
with the
now.
claim.
It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening?
So someone asked that, and she's reading from a viewer who says it makes sense that he doesn't care about Palestinian kids because he's negligent about his own.
No. Like it started like 55 seconds in.
How is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giarda.
We already have mold money.
I'm not seeing what you're alleging. So what did you say? Did she agree with the assessment of negligence?
I'll give you the exact timestamp. Hold on.
Why doesn't he just screen share? As he said this.
Honey, bring your boyfriend
hold on.
here. He sued them. Ethan sued the terrorists.
Thanks for the $5, generally. Thank you.
So 144. She goes. What do you think she meant by that?
Wait, hang on. So this is
145.
I'm going to 129.
Start at 130. Start at 130, but start at 130. But then
one day.
So it cuts. The first cut after 130, it goes to Bad Empanada.
His house is covered in dog shit.
No wonder it's covered in dog shit.
And he's neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said,
why he skipped over all this
in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew. Playing.
No wonder this.
Okay, so I'm willing to say
no wonder
that based on that reaction.
No wonder this.
Yeah, so that's Bad Empanada said that. She's kind of being cute and suggesting that Ethan is hiding. No. What am I saying? Cute? What I mean to say is, I'm going to grant you something. Okay? Can you? Are you listening? I don't know if you're listening.
I'm listening, but I want you to. She keeps going.
It's like so frustrating.
This motherfucker's always sick.
No, but did you listen to the
rest of it? It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now.
It makes sense
why he doesn't care about Palestinians.
She says, "No wonder." So she's like obviously granting that Bad Empanada's claims are correct.
Okay, listen. I think that she, by her tone and indication there, is suggesting that she probably is sympathetic to the view that this is neglectful. Okay, I think that's pretty much implied by her conduct. I don't think it's explicit, but here's what I'm going to ask you, Hutch.
I will accept that, but I think what you're saying is very.
Just shut the fuck up for 1 minute, dude, please.
Mild interpretation of what she said, because when she says, no wonder, that is her very obviously saying.
She's suggesting
that she believed that what he was saying was correct.
She is suggesting that by her kind of like demure or kind of like little coy little thing that she thinks that there's something like either negligent or fucked up, or that like there's potential credence to what's going on. I'm going to ask you this, Hutch. Does taking the view that Ethan was neglectful in the contraction of Giardia, as described by Ethan, is having that view that it in fact was neglectful, if that is your view, does someone with that view who expresses that view, are they culpable
Now I'm gonna
let me ask Hutch. You won't let me fucking talk because you know it's absurd. It's absurd. Let me finish the question. No, I'm not gonna move on.
I'm gonna lawyer you. I'm gonna lawyer you.
I am not moving. I am not going to respond unless you let me finish the question.
But you're doing the fucking. You can't take. You would.
You can put your foot there. Pisco has to plant solid here. Do not move. Hold the line. Do not move. Literally, this has to happen every time now. Do not move on. If he interrupts, do not move on. Stand on this point. Don't let it move off. Receive an answer. A yes or no.
Ask your question. So you presented that to me. I granted you something. My question comes first, Hutch, and then you can ask, and I will answer. I've answered all your questions.
Why are you?
Let me.
I will answer.
I start to ask.
Get into my questions.
I start to ask the question.
Ask the question again.
Interrupt me. All right. So here's the question.
Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Is the expression of the view that one feels that Ethan Klein was in fact negligent with respect to the Giardia incident? Does expression of that view on one stream give one culpability for a CPS call later on by some unknown?
In a vacuum with no other factors, no, that alone would not be enough to convict. Okay,
but you're familiar. Close,
but you're familiar. Hold on, but you're familiar with the concept of like factors, right?
I understand factors.
Okay, so there's other factors. So like, it's her substantiating.
Dude, how does Pisco not like literally? I would be in such a fucking rage. This guy's literally trying to talk down to you when he is the stupidest motherfucker in the world, washed up COD YouTuber. When you're like a fucking, you know, decent lawyer, went to a decent school, was at a big firm, quit to stream, know way more about this topic than him, been raping him on the substance of this topic for 2 hours. This guy's never won an argument against Pisco, and he's trying to talk down to him. He's trying to condescend now. He's trying to go, you understand the idea of factors? Yes, I understand factors, Hutch. Everyone understands factors, Hutch.
Very clearly is telling her audience, oh, wow, this makes so much sense now. She's very clearly saying
implicitly doing
it. Claims very clearly. And then she also says, by the way, guys, this is really serious. His kids could die. And then also,
so I'm going to ask you the question.
I'm not done. There's one more factor. Okay. Yep. And then also, there's hella people in her chat spamming somebody should call CPS.
So he's getting away with this lie. He's getting away with this fucking lie, dude. It's so annoying. Oh my God. I need to send it to Pisco telepathically.
Now, would you agree that that is some level of possible culpability?
No. Not for the action itself, for the CPS call. Okay. That's unhinged to think that she has culpability for that, merely that, for the CPS call. That's unhinged.
Okay.
And let me explain why, because we're going to get into it, right? So give me
you
a
think
chance,
it's a 0% chance?
So that I think is a violation. One, I don't think it's necessarily negligent what you're talking about. Kids will do things and accidents happen, and I don't think that it shows negligence. I just want to be clear about that they contracted a disease. All right. So I want to be clear that I don't agree that this is necessarily indicative of negligent behavior. Just to be honest with you. Okay. And I
with Ethan with his fam. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
I'm just expressing. Why do you say I agree? What
Hey, oh my God! Finally, dude. He's literally getting so annoyed with that. Oh my God! Finally. I don't know how Pisco has so much patience, dude. Pisco has so much patience. I don't understand how it hasn't happened already. How he hasn't already got out. Oh my God!
What do you?
Like, I don't know how we got there. What are we doing? Are you responding to people in your chat?
So the thing is, I'll say things, and people will distort everything I'm saying. So I want to be clear about where I stand. I don't think that the mere fact that your kid contracted Giardia, which Ethan states very strongly that he believes that his children have during the video. I don't think that the mere fact that they contracted it, even through feces, even through dog feces, even through even a perfectly responsive parent, this kind of shit happens, and I don't think that you've shown negligence by the mere fact that they've contracted this disease. The reason I'm saying this, Hutch, because it feels like I need to justify everything I say to you, is to make sure people understand my view on whether or not this entails negligence.
Okay.
It's not my view that it entails negligence, but the notion that if one has the belief that it is negligent, and they express that belief that they feel, they say, oh yeah, that's negligent. Why? How could you I would never let my baby do that. That's just irresponsible parenting. At the expression of that view, in isolation or in conjunction with the different things that you've said, that constitutes culpability for some whack job later on who calls CPS, that is bizarre, untenable, totally fucked up, not true, and you would never apply this standard to anyone else. I mean, it really just boggles the mind that you think that independent conduct, now, they could be violating their own norms of moderation. They could be violating a standard of decency with respect to other creators to give caveats, etc. But that is a different ethical violation than culpability for the act itself, which I want to get to. At some point, you'll let me put that out.
Well, now, yeah, exactly. That's part of the point, right? Anglo-Saxons, you can't tell. You can never know who called it. For all you know, it's a H3 fan deliberately false flagging in order to, or a Destiny fan deliberately false flagging in order to stoke tension. Like, that literally could be the case because you have no information. You do not have any information on the identity of this person. So, how can you point fingers?
I want to like test your ethics here because, like, okay, so let you know, for example, we've had there's been an example of a LLM that enabled someone's unaliving ideation, and then that person went on to unalive themselves. Now, the ultimate culpability for taking the decision to unalive themselves.
What did he just say?
That now I want to like test your ethics here because like, okay, so let you know, for example, we've had there's been an example of a LLM that enabled someone's unaliving ideation, and then that person went on to unalive themselves. Now, the ultimate culpability for taking the decision to unalive themselves, that would be rest on the person, right? Like, ultimately they're the one that made the decision, but like, does the LLM and the software company that engineered that model have any culpability there?
Yeah, so we're talking about is the context of products liability. And there, I think that you can make an argument that if the usage of the device itself constitutes an unjustifiable risk, such that we can reasonably foresee that this kind of shit would happen, based on that. I just think you're close to making that empirical case for this kind of conduct, and certainly not the conduct, if it's merely negligent in the context of these kinds of statement, to like, if someone who's negligent on that, you're going to get a civil judgment or something. And again, we're talking ethics here, so we're just removing it from the context.
And you'd sue for that? You'd sue for that, not for copyright.
Acknowledge that there can be cause of action and culpability for negligence and stuff, but not when it's being, like, the causal chain here is being broken by the clearly culpable actors who do the bad thing here. And so, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have some kind of inherently dangerous device. Okay, so you have a lawnmower that
why is his face like that? I don't know, AIDS defect or something. Probably AIDS from having loads of fucking sharing needles or something. And he's pulling faces because he's a fucking performative gay loser, okay? It's just like totally the most unbearable, bitchy, womanly behavior, just pulling faces. God, it's so fucking unbearable.
All right. Contains a product defect. And it is dangerous to maneuver. And sometimes the shit flies off.
He thinks it makes him look smart.
So someone is operating it and uses the lawnmower to kill their own kid on purpose. Would you say that that lawnmower, which has the defect, which could, you know, cause the death of a child in certain circumstances, carries with it a risk? You would not. Exactly, right? So you have to understand that there's this notion of in the damages context in law, again, but I think this also applies to our own intuitions and ethics. There's this notion of proximate causation, okay? That in order to really feel liable for the kinds of things that we are talking about here, and we're talking about like big lawsuits and from an ethical perspective, but in the civil damages context, for whatever harm is being caused, that there's some kind of attenuation. And oftentimes the causal chain is cut off by the culpable conduct of other people. So for example, let's say that you know, there are two actors involved in some kind of lawsuit, and one really, they did something horribly intentional and malicious. This notion of proximate causation, which is, I think, reflecting our intuitive notions of morality, that is going to, notwithstanding potential reckless conduct of others, we're going to see the cause and source of the harm as being too attenuated to track to the specific actor who was negligent, but not intentional and malicious. And so that's what I'm trying to describe here is no doubt that there potentially is some like source of negligence here or some kind of bad statement that's made by Denims. I would agree with that. I even agree that like she is implying that she agrees that it was negligent. What you're failing to provide is a close enough proximity to the malicious conduct. You're not even close to ascribe the kind of malicious, intentional, culpable conduct that would justify these kinds of things and, you know, bankrupting people. I mean, that's what you.
I don't know how to, but I don't know how to. I don't know how to reconcile what you just said with respect to culpability and this idea that it's absurd to suggest that she had any culpability. I don't know how to reconcile that with the fact that you called her negligent. And I don't know how to reconcile that with the fact that you said that by not moderating, you increase the risk of something happening. You seem capable in one moment of understanding that someone can indirectly like contribute to something happening. You seem to be able to comprehend that over here. But then when we get to the point where I say she's partly culpable, just like all those creators are, you fall back on this idea that it's preposterous to.
Let me build a case out. So, because clearly I'm not explaining myself well. You understand there could be different ethical obligations, correct?
Generally,
yeah. So, like, you have an obligation.
In life? What do you mean?
In life, like you have an obligation not to infringe the rights of others. You have an obligation to take due care when you're driving the car. Okay, and a violation of one ethical obligation doesn't necessitate a violation of some other ethical obligation that is distinct, correct? So like the fact that okay, so when I say that you could have a self-standing violation of an obligation related to responsible moderating, and that doesn't entail culpability for the specific act, what I'm telling you is the following. You have a self-standing ethical obligation not to pursue frivolous CPS calls or harassing.
Is the currency.
Thank you. I'm going to call it Icelandic krona. That's what I'm going to call it. Thank you, Limbo Gang. It's huge appreciate it. Thank you.
False reports to CPS or whatever. And listen to take a second to listen, all right? Okay. So there's
you can be a little wordy sometimes.
I understand. Okay, just all right. Ethical obligation number 1. Do not falsify maliciously or state things to CPS that are frivolous or not bases for genuine concern or something like that, okay? Or not sufficient. Ethical obligation number 1. Ethical obligation number 2. Do not needlessly increase risk by failing to responsibly moderate. I just gave you 2 different ethical obligations, yes? And you would agree that violation of one ethical obligation does not entail in any way violation of both, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Like nobody. So one can violate one and not the other, right? One could not moderate responsibly and do the malicious call. One could do the malicious call and not responsibly moderate. Like these are not. They don't entail each other, right? They're separate. So when I say there is a risk, yet they're not culpable for the violation of the ethical obligation, what I'm telling you is they're perhaps culpable for something else, failure to responsibly moderate, but human beings and you and I see the culpability of that conduct as a lot less significant than the one person who intentionally, maliciously violates this obligation on the CPS front. Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
So the person who made the decision to make that call, that is the much bigger violation, in my opinion. Like that person committed something that is more immoral.
And my contention
than being negligent, but that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as saying that Denims has 0% culpability. Because if you acknowledge that creators wield influence, and if by not setting an example, they increase the risk of someone in their audience doing something, then they of course necessarily have contributed to that.
No, they don't necessarily do that. Just merely. So if I increase, I'll give you an example. All right. So this should be very intuitive. Someone says to this is an unfortunate example. Sometimes we have to do these. Someone says to their daughter, their child, "Hey, go out into the bad part of town. I think you'll be okay if you go to the bad part of town." Negligent parental advice. There.
This is a very good
I'm going to
analogy, by the way.
Someone.
That's where my mind was going too, by the way.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Sorry.
Someone does something horrible to this person. They murder.
I don't know if this guy is like fried by Adderall or if his dose isn't high enough. Like, what is going on? This is like retarded child levels of ADHD interruption. Like 2 words in. Oh, that's great. I was thinking that. Man, shut the fuck up and learn how to have a conversation like a fucking adult.
And someone says, Mr. Father, sir, you are culpable. You agree?
Partly, yeah.
I think that's insane.
If a father told his daughter, I want you to go to the bad part of town where people get raped and killed, and then the daughter gets raped and killed, and you don't think the father would have any culpability?
Ethical culpability for the murder, all right? Not because they contributed to a risk, for the murder. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand that the father in this situation didn't literally murder the daughter, but people would rightfully ostracize that father.
They would say, yes. What they would say is,
listening to this smooth-brained idiot not understand high school level logic has been the most anger-inducing moment in my week. Thank you, I guess.
Thank you for the $20. Huge appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're culpable for imperiling perhaps your daughter with bad advice. They wouldn't say that you share culpability in the murder. Okay?
Not legal culpability.
No, ethical culpability in the murder. Okay? Exposing oneself. Oh, okay.
Hold on. But the murder in this situation, right, would not have happened if the father didn't give that horrible advice, right?
I understand that they're a but-for cause. Now, you have, just to be clear here, I understand in the example I just provided that the father is a but-for cause. You haven't even shown in any respect that she is a but-for cause for the CPS call. You haven't even started. I just want to be clear. No, you have. I just want to. No. I just want to be clear. I just want to make clear for the audience that you haven't even started to make the claim.
I'm not making that.
No, wait. I just want to make sure that the audience understands. Right. So I'm just going to make sure the audience understands. All right. This is not for you, audience. No one has even started to make the claim that Denims, Kaceytron, or Frogan are but-for causes for the CPS call. Not even started. So in the example, yes, for sure, the father is a but-for cause for the death of his daughter. We don't say in the typical course of analysis that the father is partly culpable for the murder of his daughter. What we say is he's responsible in negligence in parenting.
I can't believe there's actually still another fucking hour and 40 minutes of this, man. Whew. Okay, it's fine.
Culpable for creating an environment where that type of thing could occur. What he's not culpable for is the malicious and unlawful killing of his daughter. Agreed? Yes or no?
Ethically, I do think he's culpable in this spot. I totally disagree. I mean, there's a different scenario that we could use, right? Like something more direct. Like what about firearm storage? Right? Like let's say your parent has a firearm and they don't properly store it. And then a kid finds a firearm and starts using it like a toy, accidentally kills himself. Is the parent culpable?
I think that culpable for negligence and for creating an unjustifiable and substantial risk.
Huh? And you don't think that a father telling his daughter to go to a part of town where people are raped and killed would be a similar kind of logic?
The same logic applies in the course of the parenting advice. What he's not culpable for is the murder. Do you understand the distinction there? The murder.
No. So, I don't understand how these things are different.
Okay. So do you understand how society views death in the abstract, accidents in the abstract, the causing of death of someone else as generally bad, but they view murder as something horrific? You understand that distinction between someone dying, for example, of natural causes and murder? Okay, so so there are instances in which people can have culpability for the death of somebody, no doubt, have culpability, and usually when we apply culpability, and this is another case that this totally fails on, only when you're failing to adhere to a substantial and unjustifiable risk. Okay, sometimes there are justifiable risks. Sometimes it's not a substantial risk. Let's say, for example, you tell your kid to go out into the good part of town, but for you telling her to go to the good part of town where she would be safe, It happened to be that the killer was there in the good part of town. You're a but-for cause there, but you haven't breached
I understand.
Okay, got it?
So I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So just because you share potentially some culpability in the death of somebody, in the case in which you've done something unjustifiable and you're substantially increasing risk, right? Not just moderate increase risk, substantial increase in risk, right? You tell your daughter to go drive a car down to the fucking supermarket. Now you're increasing risk, but it's not substantial and it's not unjustifiable. So, but in the case in which you are doing those things, I'm going to finish. Let me finish. I know I'm wordy. You're culpable for increasing the risk. You're not culpable for murder. That's the difference. Okay.
You're culpable, I think, partly culpable for your daughter dying. You're not maybe
right.
Like we're quibbling about the words here, right?
But here's the distinction, Hutch. What Ethan wants.
Hold on,
to
I
do,
almost had something there.
Okay.
Hold on, you figured out where I was going there, right? So like, Denims. What you're saying is like literally not culpable for like the act of calling CPS. But
the really bad thing,
this analog,
right? The really bad thing.
You figured out where I was going there, and Hutch doesn't even know where he was going. He starts short-circuiting and can't figure out what his next sentence was going to be. Nice one, you fucking idiot.
She could be culpable for the fact that CPS was called.
Okay, so she could be culpable for the increasing the risk on that and the fact that it was called. Here's the problem: you haven't even begun. You haven't even begun to make the empirical case for that, and that's not. So the reason that people are mad is the malicious aspect of it, the incriminating conduct, the call to CPS, not the fact that you've increased the risk minimally or there's a potential risk, right?
Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Huge appreciate it. Thank you.
Hold on. Wait, hold on.
I really am trying to explain it in the best.
But you're filibustering, bro. Every time.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Like, so are you telling me right now that there is a 0% chance that someone in Denim's audience called CPS?
No, I'm not saying.
So
did you understand? So when you say could, you're going to say logical possible.
Hold on.
Did you understand me suggesting that?
No, you stop. So she could be partly culpable for CPS having been called.
No, not in my opinion. No, unless by what you mean by could.
You just said it was not 0% though.
Culpability does not totally turn on whether or not someone happens to emerge from a particular causal pathway in which they come from the community. Culpability relates to someone's actions at the time that they're taken. And right at the time that she takes these actions, that's the time at which we analyze whether she did a bad thing, correct? Yes or no?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So at the time she takes the action, that's the point at which you have to analyze the culpability of her conduct. At the time she says that, is there a significant chance in your mind, right? Or have you even
significant? No, don't add that word. I didn't say that.
So when all you say is there a chance? That's trivially fucking true. There's a chance someone interprets your words like the people are fucking crazy. What do you mean? Like if all you mean by chance is logical chance, that's crazy.
It's not trivial because we can't know. And so in the absence of certainty,
it's now crazy, if Ethan like so much of these arguments just ends up coming back down to the when you ask possible, do you mean is it logically possible or is it plausible? That's where it always comes back to, man. Every time.
If Ethan knew for sure whose audience that person came from, and it did come from one of their audience, okay, like surely you would agree, like the fact that that CPS was called like within a week of that stream, and she wasn't the only one watching that. So it came from that space of the internet. Would anybody even deny that?
Is there a chance that it came from? Is there a chance it came from your community, Hutch?
Sure.
So you're just as culpable Denims on it?
Do you think that the chances are anywhere close to the idea that it came from one of their audiences?
I don't know. I mean, do you have an intuition for that? My intuition is
I have an intuition.
My intuition
I don't think it came from my audience.
My intuition is that it's probably more likely on the margin that it comes from one of these particular communities. The point is, the mere chance that it comes from a particular community isn't enough for you to say that there's culpability. So you acknowledging, hang on a second, you acknowledging that there's a distinction between the risk factor with respect to you versus Denims is you acknowledging that significance of risk matters. And that's why you can't ignore significance of risk. When you say, I don't want to talk about significance of risk, well then
the idea that you can exclude the significant point when you're talking about chances So there's a chance of anything, dude. Like, there's always a chance of anything. So is there a significant chance? Is there a foreseeable, significant chance that an outcome will be caused by an action that you take? Right? That's always the question when you talk about this stuff. Obviously. Because if it's something you just totally can't foresee, we wouldn't place culpability. If it's not significant, we certainly wouldn't either. So, like, but that needs to be addressed.
By your lights, if significance of the risk doesn't matter, you and I are both culpable because it's possible, I guess, it's something we said triggered some fucking crazy person. So you need to talk about significant risk if you even want to get close to culpability.
Here, I just want to get, like, because I feel like it's been 2 hours now about, like, we're trying to get what we're ultimately trying to get at.
Why is that, Hutch?
Was Ethan justified in being furious with these creators?
No, that's not what you're trying to get at. No.
Like, that's the point that I'm trying to get at.
No.
No one cares, Hutch. No one fucking cares, dude.
That's like what this conversation is all about.
We're talking about
trying to, because hold on. Because we're trying to unpack, like, whether or not Ethan's actions were justified or they fit what happened. This is, like, basically what we're trying to get at here. And in a situation like this, where you can't know and you'll never know, there's no way, unless the person came forward and admitted it and said whose community they came from, you just can't know. And so if you're in Ethan's shoes and you see a pool of, I'll make it up, like a dozen creators, and they're all making light of the situation, tacitly encouraging it, justifying it, making jokes about it, but you can't know which one specifically it came from. The point is, it could have been like any of them, plausibly. It could have been any of their audiences. And so in that moment, I understand being angry with, like, everybody. At the very,
what
like,
do you mean you understand?
At the very least, I mean, surely you.
But you understand? You mean surely, like, you can understand his human emotion? I mean,
I would understand.
So would I guess.
No. Beyond an emotion, I can understand in that moment wanting accountability, wanting to.
The question isn't whether you understand
to impose consequences for that violation done to me.
The question, Hutch, isn't whether you understand the feeling or wanting
it.
Oh
my God.
The question is it right to? Is it right to file lawsuits in this context, or to do whatever act that if we haven't even breached yet and talked about, if you're not sure whether a particular person is culpable for the action, or is either, for example, intentional about what they're doing, or significantly increasing risk, right? Would you ever say that it would be justified to do something like otherwise bad or malicious towards an individual who doesn't have evidence that they intentionally increased risk or try to do it, or B, no evidence that the risk that they imposed was significant? No, you wouldn't. You have to examine the quantum of risk here. It is impossible to ignore it.
I think we evaluate responsibility just way differently. I think this is an irreconcilable difference of opinion.
You can't even argue your position, Hutch. It's so fucking annoying when people do this.
No, great. So, just to be clear, is it your position today that Denims significantly increased the risk that someone called CPS?
Yes.
In virtue of what?
In virtue of why are you asking me this question?
In virtue of what do you think
it's
that
the three factors
significantly
it's the three
risk?
Factors. I'll say them again though. Do you want me to say them again? I already said this. It's the three factors.
What's the empirical case?
Number one, she platformed the Bad Empanada video and co-signed his claims. Co-signed onto them and expressed very, in my opinion, explicitly that she agreed with the claims. She then said that Ethan's kids might die, and she saw people in her chat making a call to action to, like, somebody needs to call CPS, and she refused to moderate.
Wait, do you have any evidence that she saw those? Do you have any evidence that she saw those messages? Do you have evidence that she saw those messages?
No.
So you can't know that she was refusing to moderate responsibly, right?
She constantly stares at chat. It's like a meme with her. It's constantly.
You just said on your own lights, you're not aware that she saw the messages.
Do you think it's plausible? Do you think it's plausible that she wasn't looking at chat at all, had no idea what was going on?
If by plausible you think that it's reasonably likely, yes. I mean, I don't look at chat. I haven't been looking at chat.
Reasonably likely? No, come on.
Based on, in virtue of what? You know that she like steadfastly, intentionally refused to moderate. Are you telling me that you see every one of your chat messages?
Have you watched a lot of her content?
No, I haven't fucking watched it. Most of it content.
Hang on a second. This kind of blows my mind. I've watched a lot of Denims content.
Oh my god, you haven't watched 100 hours of Denims Twitch streams?
You're saying you haven't watched a lot of her, like, at all? Like, at all?
No, I haven't watched a lot of Denims content.
Why are you speaking so confidently on this
stuff? Oh my god, because none of it requires that. None of it requires that. Dude, he's literally trying to find any out he can. Dude, Pisco should... It's crazy, the level of just patience and turning the other cheek Pisco shows. How are you going to let your friend rat fuck you constantly like this in a conversation? He's being such a slippery, worthless piece of shit, man. Truly. How do you let him just rat fuck you like this repeatedly?
I don't understand. Why are you giving your opinion about, like, well, it doesn't seem likely to me if you don't know anything about her content?
So there usually is a requirement, right? If you're going to make a case that she intentionally, it's your claim, isn't it? That she intentionally refused to moderate those calls to CPS. Isn't it your burden to show that? Is it your burden?
I'm just a little lost.
Is it your burden or not?
He's trying anything to not talk about it. Seriously, dude.
Experiencing with you right now.
I mean, you can make all these appeals.
Don't you think it would help you in these conversations to spend some time like familiarizing yourself?
Don't you think it would help you in these conversations to like have a high school level education? Hutch, don't you think it would benefit you in these conversations not be dented as fuck? Don't it benefit you in these conversations not be like a fucking stimulant-addled moron spazzing out and interrupting every 2 seconds?
These people, their character, their
content.
Is it
your burden?
You don't think that's relevant to the analysis?
So if you make a claim, if you make a claim, is it your burden?
The answer is yes, Hutch. The answer is yes, Hutch.
You constantly stare at chat. Yes. Do you constantly stare at chat and respond to it?
Yes.
Do you read everything that the chat says?
Not all the time, no.
Okay, so in virtue of the fact that someone tends to look at their chat a lot,
if I'm having a conversation with you, if I'm having a conversation with you, but if it's just me and chat and I'm watching a video, I'm constantly watching chat.
Okay, so but the mere fact that someone tends to look at chat, don't you have an additional burden to show that they actually disregarded, this risk and that they actually saw it?
Your whole
Wait, I'm asking you. Hutch, I asked.
That's what you're saying?
Wait, you're saying,
and do you have a burden? That's the question. Do you have an answer?
I'm not interested in this line with you.
Wait, why not?
I'm not interested in this line of
questioning. Because you don't have the evidence?
I find it preposterous.
You find it preposterous that you make a claim and you don't have a burden.
I don't think you should have such confident opinions when you don't know anything about
it. Oh my god, dude! There's no way. Pisco, I cannot believe he is not just losing it with this guy right now, dude.
You make the claim that she disregarded and intentionally didn't moderate, or did I make that claim? Who among us made the claim?
Why wouldn't you familiarize yourself with her?
Hang on a second.
Out of curiosity.
So, between us, who made the affirmative claim about Denims' intent?
I want to move past this. I
don't, Hutch, I'm not going to move past it because you're making a claim and saying that I'm doing something weird by not watching all of Denims' content.
Because you've said it before, though. You've said it before.
You
made this conversation about.
Simple question. As between us, who made the claim about Denims' intent?
I'm not going to go down this road with you.
I'm not going to go down this road.
You made this conversation about like whether or not his actions were justified or appropriate, like an appropriate response.
It's crazy Pisco is letting him rat fuck him. It's actually disgusting, bro.
But then you'll also say that you don't really know much about the creators or what they did. It's like, why wouldn't you take the time to like look into that first?
None of my
position.
So this is an inartful thing that you're doing. The mere fact that I haven't watched all of Denims' content.
But it's important.
Wait, hang on. The mere fact that I haven't. So I'm just going to address what you just said. I am going to go back to my line. So you haven't distracted me from that. The mere fact that I haven't watched all of Denims' content or all of Kaceytron's content or all of Frogan's content, that is not any contradiction between me and my opinions thus far. Can you identify a contradiction or some kind of thing that doesn't make sense on that view?
Well, you seemed taken off guard.
Can you not? Can you or can you not?
You got taken off guard.
You just made an additional claim. You just made an additional claim. You said it was weird that I had to familiarize myself with all of their content.
Generally speaking, though, you don't think it would behoove you to like familiarize yourself with these creators and what they said and did during that time. You seem to have not like looked into it very much, but you also have these strong opinions about
for the scope of.
and the scope of my severity of like what he did compared with what he was responding to.
For the scope of my claims, I believe I've done appropriate research for the scope of my claims. I haven't made broader claims that would require me to do the kind of research that you're talking about. So Hutch. I just answered all your concerns. I would like you to answer. I just Hutch. I just answered your claims.
Are you not claiming that he's taking it too far?
I just answered your concerns. Did you make a claim about Denims' intent or not?
Yes.
Isn't it your burden?
I think to any reasonable
dude, oh my god, just answer the question, dude.
Who is familiar with this situation and familiar with her.
He is the most disgusting, weaselly lying fuck ever, man. Truly.
What was going on in her chat?
Is it your burden to demonstrate that?
Beyond a
reasonable certainty.
Like I'm not here to try to convict in front of a jury.
No,
I'm just saying a reasonable person would come to the conclusion that she was watching her chat and she saw what they were saying.
But I'm not asking.
Her rhetoric here.
Hutch,
I'll give you something to support the claim.
I'm not asking that. Hutch, no, Hutch. So first, I want to establish it is your burden. You agree it's your burden to demonstrate your claim, correct? Is it your burden or not? Can you answer it?
I'm tired. I'm tired,
dude.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up. You actually cannot make this shit up, man. This is just crazy. This is just fucking crazy, man. I am losing my fucking mind, bro. I can't, man. I can't. This is the most embarrassing showing I've seen in a debate. Months? Years? I truly, like... It's been a long time.
Come on, this would go by a lot faster if you just acknowledge the obvious. If you make a claim, you gotta justify it, don't you?
Do these lawyer tricks.
It's not a lawyer trick, bro.
You made a reasonable person thinks that she was looking at her chat and saw it. You can say, well, was 100%?
So are you saying that you assume it? Are you assuming it?
I think it's a safe assumption.
Are you? Yes. So an assumption, in other words, is something that you don't justify. Fair?
I could be wrong.
Okay, but you made it.
So is anyone in his community going to point out that he just pulled what Vadim did to him?
No, they have no self-reflection or introspective skills or anything. No, they've got literally no capability for that.
Here's the problem, right? If you make a claim about a particular intent, and this is, by the way, not too dissimilar to what you say of me, right? Like, don't you say the same thing to me? You're like, you can't say you know Ethan's intent. You have to prove that. And now when I come back with you and say, hey, listen, when you're trying to speak about Denims' intent, don't you need to show that? You're like, I don't want to answer that question. You made me tired. I mean, what the fuck?
Okay, do you think it's possible that she didn't see anything in her chat?
By possible, do you mean logically possible?
Plausible.
Do you think that's like that's like a subtle, high level jab undermining to the audience there. You made me tired. He's dropping the, what was it, Peter Coffin Destiny reference to an audience of DGGers. Undermining Hutch, reminding him, being like, isn't he like that? The other embarrassing guy? Very, very mean of Pisco to do that. Very mean.
Plausible that she didn't see any of that.
So I think plausible is like, you know, is there a decent chance she didn't see it? I think it's
decent.
Made
me tired.
Okay.
Because guess what? The reason I have that intuition is because both you and I agree that we don't see the entirety of our chats, and there are. You would agree, by the way, between you and I, we don't see the vast.
There's just some old like Destiny versus Peter Coffin like communism debate or some shit where, you know, Peter Coffin can't answer some question. He just starts going, you know what you've done? You've made me tired.
Majority of chats that come on our chat, correct?
I think I see most of the chat. It's only when I'm having conversations like that, like now,
the classic
where I'm like
Peter Coffin
really invested in what I'm watching. But at this point in my career, back when I was playing video games, fuck no, I barely looked at chat. It wasn't that often. These days, I constantly look at both chats, and so does she. By the way,
I think
that's her whole thing. She's constantly interacting with chat. Here's the thing. That's her pattern. That's what I know about her as a creator. Wait, hang on. I'm trying to support the claim. Okay, like. I know this about her as a creator, is that she is constantly interacting with her chat, like constantly. Like they are a big part of their content. Like some creators, like I don't know if Destiny necessarily does it in the same way. Like he interacts with chat, but it's like he's off doing his own thing. He's kind of doing his own react or whatever. Like not everybody works that way.
I try to make a concerted effort to look at my chat, and I miss like 50+% of everything that comes up there.
You say it's plausible she missed it. Okay.
But even putting that aside, even if I granted it, Hutch, even if I granted that she bears culpability for failure to mitigate these kinds of risks, failure to moderate, it just doesn't extend to the act itself. That kind of thing, we don't have that normative intuition that a failure to adjust for risk, that this is a substantial risk, that based on this content someone's going to call CPS. You couldn't justify that, man. You couldn't justify that there's a substantial risk that given that statement, that someone as a result of that is the natural and probable consequence of that is that someone calls CPS. It just isn't tailored to it.
I can easily justify putting myself in Ethan's shoes and looking at the whole space that dogpiled and joked about it and egged it on and justified it. I can easily justify in that moment feeling like they all share culpability for contributing to that, to their collective audience's culture of like,
but that's a separate thing
unrivaled levels of like, we're beyond hostility at that point. It was one of the most like vicious
Hutch, they do that to
pylons I've ever seen in my entire career, going back nearly 2 decades.
The lefties do that to you.
Not like, listen, I've been on the receiving end of some vicious shit and nothing came close to what the Kleins went through. I mean, do you acknowledge?
No, but I'm not.
Do you acknowledge that the act of like, hold on, let me
I've already done that. Yeah, CPS is bad. That's why I said. Well, you're like, why are you talking about it? And yes, I did say that.
All right, I have a different question.
Yeah, go for it.
What do you think is worse? Like, what do you think is the more significant action? The lawsuits or the CPS?
Calling CPS vindictively and maliciously.
Okay.
But that's not the question. The question isn't between these. No, it's fucking not. You need to connect the creators to the culpable actions. And even if, by the way, you did.
They're all culpable in my mind.
Including yourself, right? Because there's a chance it came from...
You have to lay that out, you fucking idiot. You have to justify that, dude. Well, I think they're okay. We get that, Hutch. Everyone understands that you have a position you can't justify. We're asking you to try to justify it.
From your community.
No, listen, like for egging it on, for making light of it, and for joking about it.
And for that, they
fostered that community. Yeah.
So I am so pleased that I'll see this. You applying this standard to liberals. You apply this standard to all sorts of creators who have, let's just put it modestly, less than stellar reputations and actions.
Yeah, face guy. Let's just put it modest. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about less than stellar reputations that Hutch might not apply the standard there?
For making light of it and for joking about it.
And for that, they
fostered that community. Yeah.
So I am so pleased that I'll see this. You applying this standard to liberals. You apply this standard to all sorts of creators who have, let's just put it modestly, less than stellar reputations and actions when it comes to moderation of their communities. Let's just to put it mildly. I mean, like you are going to apply this standard.
Out.
Okay.
I've called them out.
That they're culpable. So if someone crazy does something to Pisco because they say that he's, whatever they say, you're going to be like, oh, all these people who are making false claims and piling on Pisco.
You would agree.
These people have collective responsibility for the murder of Pisco. You would never say that.
Surely you would agree that when we're talking about like politicians, that kind of culpability, that would be spread out like amongst hundreds of thousands of creators and people with platforms and influence. It's a little bit different in this situation.
That's
when we're talking about like,
if you just spread out the responsibility among enough people, none of you are responsible enough to ever be blamed for it. That's Hutch's position. If we just all like, I don't know, throw darts vaguely in one direction at someone, like hundreds of us throw darts vaguely in the direction of someone. Then, is anyone really culpable for the murder individually?
about Charlie Kirk, that after the fact, the Democrats are fostering communities where they're doing things that with their natural consequence is it causes crazy people to. So I just want you to know this entire thing. I've been trying to show you that the standard you're applying is the conservative standard on Charlie Kirk, and you just said it perfectly. No. Yes, it's scattered across. That's the Republicans' theory for why Democrats deserve culpability for all these crazy lunatics doing crazy shit. You just described it, man.
If you think I'm being inconsistent, you should just ask my chat. What was I saying about people that were making jokes about Charlie Kirk?
You were not saying they're culpable for murder. You were not saying that.
No. What I was saying
you weren't saying that, right? You weren't saying that, right?
Hang on. No, that's not what I was saying. But like, again, this is not analogous at all. But what I was telling my chat, like that day, the day after, like I didn't find any of the jokes funny. Like I was telling people that this was a time for everybody.
That's the question. That was that was the question that you were just asked. So it's a good thing you said that, because that was actually the question you were asked. Pisco said, Hutch, did you find jokes about Charlie Kirk funny? That's what Pisco said, wasn't it? We all heard that like a minute ago when Pisco asked that, right? Everyone heard that? Or am I just in a shared delusion with Hutch?
It's me being consistent though. I'm saying like we all have
calling them culpable. You're not. So.
No, but like you would be culpable in a much more abstract sense.
Let's be concrete.
To that kind of culture.
And the only reason that I'm picking on Destiny here is simply because he has the most like I don't know spicy takes on the Charlie Kirk.
I called him out.
No, but you don't. So here's the question. I'm not saying did you call him out or not. Don't confuse the issues, Hutch. And I'm not going to get confused by it. So just be clear. Is Destiny culpable for the murder of Charlie Kirk because he joked about it afterward in ways that you find reprehensible? Is he culpable for the murder?
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
So the mere fact that you're part of a collective that jokes about it after the fact, makes light of the murder, does some kind of funny memes about it, that is not enough to satisfy culpability. But
even what I'm not talking about, like, so there's culpability for like a shared responsibility for fostering communities where this sort of behavior is encouraged and celebrated and joked about. Like that's one thing. And then there's like culpability for the act itself. And then there's like joking about it after the fact.
That's my point, Hutch.
But I'm saying all of these things are relevant considerations when we evaluate. Was Ethan justified in taking extreme actions?
I totally agree. But here's the problem though.
Okay.
Here's the problem. The culpability for failure to moderate, the culpability for failure to making light of stuff, right? And when you shouldn't do it, it's being conflated with the malicious act of the call itself. That's the sneaky part. That's the part that doesn't. But whether you are or not, people are, and they're saying, well, and you almost did. I actually think you did it here by saying, well, don't you acknowledge by failure to moderate, you acknowledge that there's some culpability there.
Yeah, he was literally arguing that for like half an hour, an hour. He was arguing for like a full hour. He was literally arguing that exact point. What do you mean?
No, we cannot conflate these. We really can't.
I don't. I'm not conflating it. I feel like you're trying to do this thing where you're conflating it to try to like make the point that well, it's absurd to say that they're responsible because ultimately it's up to the person that did it.
But that's not what I'm saying. Have been more clear this whole time.
I'm saying like if you are irresponsible in your lack of moderation, in your own words, increase the risk of someone in your audience doing something like that.
You're responsible for that. But if that conduct doesn't rise to a certain level of significance, it's negligible, right? So you need to make it's not enough to say you increase the risk.
It's not.
You will accept this, Hutch. It's not enough that you raise the risk.
I don't. It's not. It's not.
Dude, listen to what he's gonna say, you fucking idiot.
Not trivial. None of this is trivial. I don't think any of them have clean hands in this situation.
That's not my point. You would agree, wouldn't you, that raising the risk minorly isn't culpable conduct, right?
For the act itself, literally according to your standard, no. But you have
on your view. I'm not asking on my view. On your view, if you raise the risk just a tiny little bit, that's not culpable conduct, is it?
Not necessarily, no. But like, here's the thing, though. Like, yes, I can smell it.
What, is something okay?
They painted. There was a pipe that burst, and so they had to fix a bunch of shit.
Wow, great
cookie. He might not be trustworthy, but I like him after that interview with Ezra. I'm just saying, you know.
Sundowning.
I've liked him for a while.
Sundowning.
Yeah, he is smart. He's very sharp. He's fucking super sharp.
But I know that was like that interview was Democrat porn. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Oh yeah, I was living out for sure.
Hutch, you're my boy. I'm not trying to meme on you or like insult you or anything, but it really, like, in order to show.
Don't worry about me.
Okay. Okay, I'm not taking it personally. I don't take it personally. But I really want to emphasize that it's not enough to show some trivial risk, some insignificant risk. If you want to demonstrate that there's culpability in the context of increasing risk, in this context, maybe I would grant that there's some nominal duty to impose these kinds of standards of moderation on your own community. Absolutely. But to race for culpability with respect to risk to the underlying act, you're going to have to show some significant risk increase there. And I don't think that you even started to make that case for any of the creators. Like Kaceytron? What the fuck? What is the evidence that Kaceytron contributed to this?
She was justifying it and joking about it just the same. They were
after
all
the fact.
doing this.
No, on no different terms than someone after the fact joking about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
It's all the same. It's all the same thing.
Wow, you've contributed to his death. You would say this is in bad taste. This looks bad. This is independently a wrong thing to do, but it's not.
He's got nothing to say, and he's just sitting there like gritting his teeth and shaking his head.
No, but it's not just a CPS call. Like if you as a creator and you have a platform and you're making jokes about the CPS call or whatever, you are contributing directly to a culture that is being fostered in that community of celebrating something that I find to be like really reprehensible, abhorrent, disgusting behavior. And anybody in Ethan's position would have been furious. Like, do you understand that? Like, even if we found out, for example, even if we could say for sure that person came from Bad Empanada's community specifically.
Oh, you would still say it's justified too.
I would still in my mind, I would still in my mind think and say that they're all culpable because they're all contributing in their own ways. And it's like, obviously we're getting very abstract here, but that's where my mind goes with it. Like it could have been, regardless of the significance
of the risk, right?
Any of them, right? Like it could have been any of them.
It could have been any of them. So they're all responsible.
So people calling Charlie Kirk a fascist and saying,
don't stop,
because you know that's why you hate the comparison, because you know.
No, I don't. No, Charlie Kirk was a national figure who had way more.
Wow, it's bigger. Wow, it's bigger, so you can't compare it. Idiot. Fucking idiot.
But like, if you're gonna ask me,
Ethan Klein is not a national figure. Like, what is the distinction here?
Like Charlie Kirk, what are we talking about here?
Are we really making a distinction on that girl? Like, okay, like Ethan. I don't even know if that's true. I mean, maybe in our bubble, but I don't know that Ethan Klein is less or more popular than Charlie Kirk or more well known. They're comparable, aren't they?
Like, let me just ask you, like, okay, so you have family, I assume. So like,
yeah,
let's say a bunch of like a deranged MAGA person who followed you.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bunch of smaller creators, or bigger creators, right? Like, and they all started like memeing about how, one of your family members was like abusing their kids, and then CPS showed up at the house, right? Like, and are you telling me you wouldn't be like almost equally pissed at like everybody who was possibly indirectly responsible for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would be pissed at people who are making light of it. People make it, if I had evidence that they were encouraging it, if I felt that they were like spreading lies that someone could take that way. That's a different, you keep trying to find different ways to ask the same question, which is, could there be independent obligations? Yeah, I'm trying to explain. Like, you're finding different ways to ask it, but fundamentally, you haven't crossed the divide, which is the mere increase of a risk in violation of some ethical obligation to moderate or to be wise with your words or not say stupid shit that someone could take a certain way. That does not translate to culpability for the malicious vindictive acts, and we cannot conflate those levels of responsibility or culpability. And what's being used to justify these lawsuits, again, putting aside the issue of whether his intent is to protect the React community, which is so bizarre and fucked up and not true, but even putting that aside, the argument you get is that shit doesn't even matter. Like, fuck that analysis piece. Who cares about it? Because these people are just so awful because they're culpable for the CPS call. That's what I'm hearing, and I just think that is just a totally wrong-headed analysis.
I don't say. Listen, I think they did awful. I think they did an awful thing. I think all of them contributed to a really awful thing, and they all mocked it and trivialized it. I think it was disgusting.
Was it disgusting for Destiny to ridicule Charlie Kirk's death?
I think so, yeah. I said so at the time.
And
yeah, I said it was.
Would it justify retribution in the form of litigation?
Disgusting.
What is he culpable for?
I had DGG in my audience that were pushing back. I said, I don't think this is funny. I don't think this is a funny moment right now.
And what is he culpable? What is he culpable for?
I think I even. I think he's culpable for, in that moment, for contributing to a culture of political violence through his rhetoric.
Isn't that the Republican argument?
No, the Republican argument would be like Destiny himself is like directly responsible because of this, that, or the other thing. Beautiful. But we're getting into more abstract kind of ideas, right?
That's the scope of my claim with respect to Denims. You cannot conflate the moral, ethical obligation with respect to the substantive act with some kind of other obligation.
But I still think what they did was disgusting. I think it was disgusting. I think it was so dehumanizing. I think it was
Pisco, they sent Skolster's house. Pisco, the sword had the swastika. Pisco, the sword had the swastika on there. You understand? Pisco.
And I think all of those creators abused the influence that they had.
They're
all like drunk with power on their own, in their own like way.
Pisco, you understand?
And I think they knew that they have that power. They know they have that influence, and they all knowingly used it, knowing full well that the risk would go up of something like this happening, and they did it anyways.
Let's deal with Kaceytron. What act? So the vindictiveness or the aggression or the anger at Kaceytron is justified because
they all did the same thing. Is my point. They all justified the CPS claims, joked about it, continued to say that it was justified.
What, if anything, did Kaceytron say about it? You know.
I'd have to pull up the videos. It's been a minute, but all of them did that.
You don't want me to do what you did to me, right? Because I'm going to say, what, you don't even know the basic things of what they said, and you haven't done your bare research to have an opinion.
I know for a fact. You can ask my stream.
You understand that's annoying, right? That's fucking annoying to do. Like, you don't have
because I can't remember particulars, but I'm telling you, like, you can ask my stream. We've watched plenty of Kaceytron clips. We've watched plenty of videos.
Oh, if you got Hutch's chat, is Hutch really well researched? Yeah, Hutch is really well researched. Wow, that was a really enlightening conversation. Wow, great stuff. Wow, thank you, Hutch.
Reflecting what all these various creators said, I smoked a lot of pot for a lot of years, and I can't give you particulars, but I'm telling you, they all joked about it, justified it, continued to justify it. That's the point.
Okay, and given that the fact that they joked about, let's say assume that Kaceytron joked about the CPS call. All right, I'm going to assume that for the purposes of the next stage of talking about that she joked about the CPS call. Therefore, it's justified to, supposing this is the motivation, to sue her on that basis alone.
I think it's justified to want to impose consequences, and the debate would be about, like, is this an appropriate consequence? And I've already told you I'm somewhat agnostic on that. Like, I'm somewhat conflicted because I'm sympathetic to his desire for like a sense of justice, or a sense of like wanting to punish the people who you feel contributed in their own way to your family, like suffering and your own personal suffering. But I'm also sympathetic to, like, I don't want Denims to be her wages garnished for the rest of her life, you
wouldn't want them to be financially destitute, right? For laughing.
I mean, I don't wish that on my worst enemy, you know? That's just,
and obviously, they shouldn't be beat up for joking about it, right? They shouldn't be beat up. They shouldn't be, they shouldn't be banned for it. Should they be banned?
Well, I wouldn't condone violence. I mean, I as far as they should be banned, like,
joking about that?
I think it would be justified for some kind of penalty. I don't know if I've ever advocated that people be permanently banned from Twitch, but the fact that that crowd, they've gotten away with so much shit that nobody else would get away with.
They got a 30-day ban for a retarded fucking tier list about who can say Habibi, dude.
And I think it's pretty obvious at this point that the people
I'm not here to deny that. That's why I think that the level of research I've done is appropriate for the scope of my claims. Is I'm not making a claim that they have gotten away with stuff.
You know, there's like 6 different clips of Nicholas Diorio claiming that Habibi is a slur. He thinks it's like the C word, or like uncle for Arabs.
Stuff. I'm not making a claim that they're good or bad people. I'm not making the claim that they haven't said shit that by itself is reprehensible or bad. I don't think it's justified to make sort of implications that on the bare thing that Ethan said, even the Giardia thing. I think it's disgusting and oversharing that you would say that, but that's just my own personal taste. I don't think that it's justified to conclude that therefore it's negligence. I don't, and I think that anyone who does, you need more facts to establish negligence in that context. It's a mere fact. But just because I think that doesn't mean that I think that they're culpable for the underlying thing. And here's
you said she was.
What's that? Culpable for?
Oh yeah, that was literally one of the categories on the tier list too, wasn't it? Dude, it's like crazy how bad the fucking research is from people who claim they have standards, like that fat fucking
Oh my God!
No. You
for not the substantive thing, but for failure to moderate or whatever, the negligence perhaps in that, but not like with respect to the actual CPS call. That's the difference.
I don't know how to make sense of that in my mind. Like she's negligent because she did something that increased the risk of something happening, and then the thing happened, but because she didn't do the exact thing, you know, it's really kind of trivial. Her negligence. I don't know how to make sense of that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So I think
can't reconcile those two things.
There are evidentiary problems on all this, right? So there's an evidentiary problem that the kind of risk by making these kinds of like cute little, you know, guys, whoa, that this increases significantly the risk of someone calling CPS. I don't think that that's established. Any one of those jokes or something, or even intimations that something is wrong, the conclusion therefore is that there's a substantial and unjustifiable risk that a CPS call will occur. So even just on the empirical case for this being a significant risk, I don't think that the people who are claiming that it's a significant risk have made their case for that. Secondly, to the extent that they have any culpability, so far the evidence, I think you'd agree with this, doesn't show that they intentionally tried to actualize a CPS call. Fair? There's not enough evidence to conclude that, right?
So I could be wrong. There's some clips I haven't seen.
People should not treat them as though they intended it. Fair?
No, wait, but hang on.
Should they treat them? Wait, should they treat them? First, answer that, and then you can explain. So, should they?
But I'm trying to go back to answer the question.
I understand, but I just want to hear this first. Should people treat them as though they intended the CPS call on current facts?
I think people should treat them as though they explicitly justified it to their audiences.
That's not what I'm saying. That they intended for this to occur and they wanted it to occur.
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask her, but that's not. I mean, that's not even the most relevant consideration though. Like that kind of doesn't matter. Like, was she intending for someone in her audience to just
wait, it doesn't matter to you?
She knew she was taking a risk. She knew that she was being well, maybe she didn't, but like I think she knew. I think all of them knew that they were, I think they were like dog whistling about it. I think they thought Ethan was evil, and I think that they think that making him suffer was justified. That's what all of their rhetoric and behavior.
Do you think that they should be treated as though they intended for this result to occur?
I think it's understandable for Ethan to view it that way.
Not what we've been asked.
The question isn't whether it's understandable. The question isn't about understandability.
Let me try to explain.
You can say that I don't know. That's fine. But I just want to answer to the question.
No, let me try to explain.
Answer the fucking question, dude. It's so annoying, bro.
Because like even if we could specify, okay, the person came from Denims audience, okay, the fact that it could have been any of them, that's the point.
No, but
so like even if it came from her, like so that sense of like imposing responsibility in a collective way, that's where that comes from, because it's like.
But to the extent that you're imposing responsibility, you're not going to.
Could have been any of their audiences.
But what my question I'm asking isn't whether you can.
Guys, we've got another hour left on this. We'll see how much we get through. Now is a great time to remind you. Okay, 330 people watching right now, 116 likes on the stream. It's almost 200 or so people, and please remember to cursor on thumbs up, clicking it or pressing a thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be hugely appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, there's a bunch of different ways to support, okay, guys? First of all, the stream elements thing. Very important. Direct donations. We love direct donations. No YouTube cut on those. Very epic. We love stream elements. Very cool. You can also donate through YouTube. You can support through YouTube. Lots of ways to support through YouTube. You can buy a membership to the channel. Gift a membership to the channel. Gift a whole bunch of memberships randomly throughout the chat. Buy a super chat, which will highlight a message and read out on TTS, or buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or GIF that'll be highlighted in chat, and I'll describe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Twitter.com/Kuihman, very important, guys, very important to go to twitter.com/Kuihman. I'm always retweeting clips, guys, always retweeting clips. If you want to see clips, you want to engage with clips, that's the place to go. You'll get them there. Very awesome stuff. Lots of clips already up from this stream. A huge shout out to Substance on Twitter, clipping this stream right now. Huge W from Substance. So make sure you go and check that out, guys. Okay, let's carry on. And yeah, this is an endurance test. I kind of want to try and finish it tonight because I just don't want it to drag over into multiple streams.
Impose some level of responsibility, because we've already had the discussion and we're going around in circles on it. The question is not precisely that. It's should they be treated, and not do you understand whether Ethan could have that view.
Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sonia, thank you. Huge appreciated. Thank you so much. Sonia, thank you. Very generous. Thank you.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking on Ethan's view. I'm asking on your view and only your view. should people treat them as though they intended for this result to occur? Not on Ethan's view, not that you understand
honestly, to a certain extent, yeah.
In virtue of what?
Yeah. In virtue of the fact that they continued to justify it after the fact. Like, it already happened the first time. So if you're justifying it after the fact, we're like, actually, I think it was good that CPS got called.
So they should treat them, so you should treat them as though they wanted it to occur and were intending it to occur.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't agree with that. I think it's crazy.
After the fact, they're saying, actually, it's good that they were called. It was justified. Are they not significantly contributing to the risk of it happening again at that point?
I mean, I don't happen to agree. I don't.
Is it all memes? Are they all joking? Should I not take them at their word, or what?
I don't think that mere justification of an act by itself entails that it's significant for the act to reoccur, that you've increased the risk. I think that there's more of a burden that you need to show. I don't think that.
To me, that event was like just such a clear case of almost sociopathic levels of harassment. And if you're after the fact saying it was a good thing that it happened,
who said that? By the way,
I think you're. All of them.
They all said it was good. So they all said that it was
all
good.
All of them justified it.
They all said it was good that CPS was called.
Yes.
I haven't seen that. I mean, I've been having these debates for. I even think Ethan backed away from that claim. Didn't he make a video saying he never alleged that Denims was responsible or justified it?
No, what he said was that Denims didn't tell his audience to call CPS. That's what he said.
So what do you take to be the justification that for the CPS call specifically that Denims said? Do you have any notion of what was said? That after it, she laughed about it?
We just saw that. Hold on. We just saw that. We just saw the same video.
That was before. That was before.
That was before. That's even worse.
But that wasn't.
Oh my god! Oh wait, it's so fucking stupid, dude.
Right?
Of course it was. What do you mean? Of course it was.
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. CPS had nothing to do with what was being said in that, dude.
His kids have Giardia and they might die.
Is that a justification for a CPS call?
Yes.
No, wait.
Yeah. If someone's kids have a disease, you're allowed to call CPS on them. If someone says, "My kid has a flu," you're allowed to call CPS on them. That's Hutch's position. What are we saying here? What are we like? He's justifying the CPS lie right now. I'm shaking. I'm fucking shaking. Hutch is justifying the CPS lie against Ethan. I'm fucking shaking.
Hang on a second. The mere fact that
what do you mean?
The mere fact that a child contracts a disease, an illness, even through a potential like a negligence event, that is not justification for a CPS call. Justification for CPS call would be something like this. Wow, they're a danger. Like, I think that CPS should be called, or someone should talk to the government about this, or this is what, like, people need to check in on his kids and like go to the authorities. Those are things that sound like justification for intervention.
Pisco, she said, or very explicitly implied, that Ethan's kids might die. Yeah, that's not a justification to call CPS?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What? Come on, bro. What are we doing here?
So the mere fact that
I'm getting a little frustrated with you. Of course, that's why CPS exists, bro. I'm not saying she was right about her analysis of like Giardia. Apparently, Giardia is like very common, but she was telling her audience like that they have this thing and they might die. That's what she said.
So
CPS exists.
So
for
if
that.
if I had that view, you're saying if I had the view that this is dangerous to the child and that they were negligent, that means I'm justifying CPS?
If you're telling your audience that someone's kids might die because they're being neglected, then yes, that's an obvious, like, assume she was correct, right? Like, assume she was correct and they were being neglected and they might die. Is that a justification to call CPS?
Yeah, no, I think that someone could use that as part of their justification to call CPS.
No,
that's different. Let me explain.
Is it a justification?
No, you need an additional assumption. You need an additional argument to call CPS. So I'll give you an example, right? So I'll give you an example. You're going to agree with this one, right? So if someone says, if you don't vaccinate your kids, it's dangerous to the health of your kids. And look, these guys aren't vaccinating their kids, and it's dangerous to the health of their kids. And they could die if they don't get vaccinated. Look, there's something on. Is that justification to call CPS? Is that person justifying CPS calls? Yes or no?
in their minds and to their audience.
No.
Yes.
No. The mere fact that you're saying that people are imperiling the lives of their kids is not a justification for calling CPS. And the example I just provided, you would never say if a liberal said, like, I'll just give you an example.
You're not understanding my point.
Hutch.
You're not understanding my point.
Hutch.
You're sailing past my point.
Oh my God. Because you know it crushes your argument. Because you know it crushes your fucking argument.
The question, it's not about whether or not Giardia actually represented a mortal threat to the kids. That's not the point.
Hutch,
she was claiming that the kids were going to die because they were being neglected.
So
she
claimed that they're gonna die. Wait, did she claim they're gonna die? I didn't hear that.
You just watched the same clip, man. Do you need to watch it again? We watched it twice now.
Okay,
she said kids can die from this, bro. That's what she said.
Okay, so this is the context in which I'm giving you. I'm trying to apply your standard to a case to see if you're consistent.
I don't think she said
testing
that.
You. It's an
the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have mold Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit.
So the rest of it, there is stuff there, but not that relevant. So she didn't say that at all, did she, Hutch? She didn't say that. She read a chat message, said, can be deadly. She didn't say, they could die, bro. She didn't say that.
She was claiming that the kids were going to die because they were being neglected.
So
she
claimed that they're gonna die. Wait, did she claim they're gonna die? I didn't hear that.
You just watched the same clip, man. Do you need to watch it again? We watched it twice now.
Okay,
she said kids can die from this, bro. That's what she said.
Okay, so this is the context in which I'm giving you. I'm trying to apply your standard to a case to see if you're consistent. This is called testing you. It's an internal critique. I'm trying to see if you're being consistent, right? So if a liberal is watching a video of some conservative say, I didn't get my kids are totally unjabbed. And on everything, I didn't give them the jab of anything. I don't give it on COVID. Let me finish the question, Hutch. On COVID, I didn't give them the jab on MMR. I didn't give them this on anything. And frankly, I think the health results speak for themselves. And they're fine. And a liberal commentator says, this is very dangerous. They could die of these various different illnesses. This is so negligent. Is that yes or no them justifying calling CPS?
In their minds, yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so sure the words aren't justifying it, but they're thinking it. I know they're thinking it. Dude.
I think
or it could justify if someone intervention.
So if someone calls CPS in virtue of that statement, would you apply culpability to the person who said, "Hey, this is dangerous"? No, you wouldn't, Hutch. You fucking wouldn't.
Okay, say what you want to say, and then let me say what I want to say.
Go for it.
Okay, so let's say I'm like a super pro-vax like YouTuber streamer guy, and like my content is like focused on like Pfizer being fucking awesome and all the vaccines being so great. And let's say I cultivated an audience of like thousands of people. And my whole thing is that, you know, like MAGA parents are putting their kids at risk for that they might kill their kids because they might get COVID and they might die. And then I said like, and then I implied that like their kids might die. And then somebody in my audience or shortly after this happened, like called the authorities and tried to have government intervention. Like this is
and then afterwards,
this is a plausible. Would I be partly responsible for that?
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So if afterwards the streamer comes out,
what?
You would not be. This is
There's no way you think that.
I literally do. This is how. So if afterwards someone called CPS on the anti-vaxxer or whatever, and the streamer came out and said, "Guys, why the fuck did you do this? This is wrong." No one would be like, "Hang on, you justified the call of CPS." They'd be like, "No, that's not what I said. I didn't justify it."
Sure, they might. Sure they might.
No, but who would?
What do you mean?
Who would have the better of the argument? The guy who said yes, you told me to do
matter.
it.
Who cares?
Oh,
the argument doesn't.
Who has the better of the argument doesn't matter.
She was making a shitty, unscientific claim, as she often does. By the way, she was making a bad claim. It's not true that that the Giardia was as deadly as she was presenting. I think like a quarter of kids in the country at any given time have Giardias or something like that. But that's not what she told her audience. She told her audience that Ethan's kids might die.
The example I'm giving you is one in which the same kind of statement. These kids could die if they don't get vaccinated. You understand the lethality rate for this? If you don't vaccinate
no, but there's precedent. But there's legal precedent. Right? I think people generally kind of, or they could Google stuff when is it appropriate to call CPS? If it was true that Ethan was neglecting his kids in the way that they were suggesting, then it would be justified to call CPS, right? That there's
an additional inference that you need to make that I would impose on anyone claiming that this person is culpable for that action. That I could say something like this. So I'll just tell you, right?
No, you didn't answer my question though.
Wait, what was your question? Sorry, I missed it. Then say it again.
If you found out that parents were neglecting their kids to the extent that the kids were literally playing with dog shit and contracting what is it, a viral disease? Whatever it is?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. If you knew that parents were let's leave out Giardia. If you knew that there were some parents out there that were neglecting their kids so much that the kids were playing with dog shit just like all throughout the day, would you be justified in calling CPS?
I'm not sure that you would be on those facts alone. In my view,
there's no way you think this.
No,
there's no way you think
what I'm
this.
saying is they're very different things, right? Like that a person making the argument that it would just be justified on those facts. That's different. Like if someone were to give out those facts and ask you the question, is it justified to call CPS? Then congratulations, you justified CPS. But there's an additional inference that needs to be made that government intervention in this specific case is warranted. And there could be a ton of contravening factors that would cause someone to say, notwithstanding that it's negligent, notwithstanding that there's a risk of a kid being materially affected in terms of their health, that calling CPS is still not justified given X, Y, Z. There's an additional set of inferences and considerations that any reasonable person is going to think about, especially half of these people who don't even think the police should exist and think that like everything should be fucking social workers and there should be no coercive force of the state at all. So all I'm saying is you haven't made your case alone by saying that they justified CPS by stating merely that they thought that there was a material effect on health and that they're negligence. And even here, is less of an inference given the fact that she didn't actually say that. She just kind of like, and so like
no. She said that kids will die from that disease.
No, she didn't.
That she agreed that bad empanada was she agreed with all that. And she said that kids die from that and it's very serious. Like, what if a kid went to school and told his teacher, my parents neglect me all day and I play in dog shit? Would the teacher be legally obligated to call the authorities?
That's different. Yeah, no, I think that there could be a duty to report in those circumstances. That's a separate question. It's whether the individual. That's a separate question from whether the individual who made such claims is themselves justifying CPS to be called. Someone could make that claim. So I want to hear you acknowledge this. All right. Someone could make that report and say, yeah, I saw them playing in dog shit, and then let's say the teacher is a mandatory reporter, call CPS, and then they go there. And the person who said that, what the fuck? Why did you call CPS? I didn't want you to do that. And there's no contradiction there. Agreed? Yes or no?
I don't follow.
Okay, the example is as follows. A kid, or let's say another adult, a fellow adult talks to a teacher and says, Billy, they're letting them play in like this very dangerous backyard. I don't think that it makes sense. I don't know what to do about it. Tell the teacher. The teacher understands their obligations that they're mandatory reporters or whatever. And they go and say that. And then the teacher comes back and says, I had to take your shit to the higher ups. And then the person who reported it says, what the hell? I trusted you. Why did you call that? That was wrong to do. Why'd you do that? And there was no
well, we're talking about a hypothetical kid in this situation, right?
Oh my God. The question is there an inconsistency between the person who made that complaint and them being frustrated and upset that CPS was called? Is there an inconsistency? No, there's not, Hutch. No, there's not. Someone could take the view that notwithstanding the risk to the child, that notwithstanding the fact that there's, perceived negligence, that the cost and harm of calling CPS is like justified.
We're at like such base level shit, man.
And
it's like, does this? It's. I don't quite know how to say it, but it's like literally like there are two things that obviously are not in contradiction. And for some reason, Hutch is just having to pass them out, like as if, it's as if sympathy for Ethan or, feeling a certain way about how he treats his kids or whatever immediately justifies like the firm belief, the assessment and the action, just because you understand where they're coming from or you can see a perspective. Automatically, everything else is entailed. No, it's not, obviously.
Make an additional inference before you make the claim that they justified it, unless you're willing to grant the vaccine cases, which I don't even know. Like, are you even trying to distinguish those? How are you even trying to distinguish those?
What I'm getting at is what Denims alleged. She supported these claims. She agreed with the claims and expanded on them. The claim that she was making was that Ethan's kids are being so severely neglected that they're playing in dog poop and contracting serious diseases that can kill them.
Right. Those are facts from which one could justify calling CPS. They are not themselves a justification for CPS.
No, but I'm not making that claim. I didn't make that claim.
No, but the whole point of raising this is to say the mere fact that someone has that opinion, you should not carry with that the intent that they want to actualize the state of affairs in which CPS is in fact called. And what I'm calling out is the notion that people will claim that based on these statements that they were advocating it happened, and we should treat them as such. And that was your claim too.
But she didn't present it as an opinion. She presented it as a fact. Ethan's kids are being severely neglected. They're playing in shit and they're contracting diseases that might kill them.
None of what I just said
is why. None of what I just said turns on the. I'm trying to demonstrate. You said before that her lack of moderation was negligent, and I'm trying to demonstrate why it was negligent. Is because what she said, somebody who's watching her stream, who takes her as a good faith actor, who takes her at her word, might feel justifiably concerned about Ethan's kids.
That's true of anyone.
Because of that lie.
That's true of anyone who even watches the video at all, even to do the bare minimum of criticizing the view. The mere fact that someone could, right, doesn't mean that it's likely.
Come on.
No, hang on.
It's not the same thing, bro. If you're watching a video and criticizing it, you're saying, well, keep saying the same thing. It's like her saying,
if you keep running
kids are going to die.
If you keep running into the same thing, if you keep running into the same wall, I'm gonna bring it up every time. The mere you don't need to just show that it's possible that someone could have that interpretation. What you need to show is that they either intended it or that it's extremely likely that it would occur given those statements. And I just don't see a case for that. But that's we haven't even reached the lawsuit aspect of it. This is just to I think that this is an insanely harsh standard. And I'm not just saying that because they're fucking lefties. Fuck them. And they did this shit with fucking Kamala and whatever. I don't think that they endorsed Kamala and all this other shit about the election. I'm not here. I'm just here because I'm noticing shit and it's making people upset that this kind of standard of moderation where they're responsible for the substantive acts because they fail to moderate responsibly, that is a standard that ought not be applied to people across the board. And it is not applied to people across the board.
So she was negligent, but she has no responsibility.
She is negligent to the extent of violating the obligation to.
They hate it when you notice. They hate it when you start noticing.
Risk. What she's not culpable for is the actual calling of CPS. That's what she's not culpable for. No,
nobody made that claim.
They are making the claim, Hutch. What the fuck?
No, they didn't.
Are you even in the Discord? People are claiming.
Who said that she called CPS?
No, that's not the statement that's being made, Hutch.
No.
Who's saying that?
No, culpable for the CPS call doesn't mean she literally called CPS. All right, culpable means morally responsible for the CPS call. That's what culpable means.
She is obviously ethically responsible to moderate her audience and to be responsible with her rhetoric.
I agree
with
that.
Like every other creator. And there were very serious consequences that happened as a result of actions that they all took. They all did it. All of them did the same thing. And they're all, in my opinion, responsible
as though they're intentional actors. And
Ethan literally did say she was culpable and had to walk it back for sure.
I don't think that you would ever apply that standard to anybody.
Sure, I would.
No.
You think this is about the fact that they're like lefties? That's what this is about, really?
So for example, I call a bunch of MAGA people in the administration and these influencers fascist. You agree that could lead someone reasonably to take that as we should kill them. But you would not give me culpability.
We have a different opinion about reasonableness here, because fascism is a real thing. There's descriptors. You can make the case in this, that, and the other thing. And then you can also make the case.
A lot of it's subjective and people disagree.
No. The difference, again, is that like there is no element of you even remotely implying that it would be justified to do political violence. The difference between that and Denims is that she did lay out her justification, an attempt.
But you wouldn't say because I called Charlie Kirk a fascist. Now someone could take that statement and believe it's true, and then justify the action against Charlie Kirk. But I am not justifying. No, this is what Republicans do, right? They think because I call Charlie Kirk a fascist that I am saying he should be killed. But that's an inference that I didn't make. The scope of my claims are the scope of my claims. Now, there could be instances in which one could imply it. I'm not saying it, I'm not a literalist, okay? And don't try to paint me as a literalist. I'm not a literalist.
Hutch just like totally contradicted what he was saying 2 seconds ago. It's so fucking annoying, bro.
Of Denims, there is not even an implication there that what she wants to see, what she wants to actualize, is the state of affairs in which CPS is called. And even Ethan has backed away from that claim, as I understand it.
But nonetheless, her and all of them contributed in their own ways with their own communities.
Just like I did to Charlie Kirk.
No, I don't find this analogous at all.
Can you explain why they're different?
Because you are trying to make the case that it is plausible that she didn't see what was going on in her chat. Like you're trying to, I don't accept that. I don't find that plausible. I think that's ridiculous. I think she obviously saw that, and I suspect that's why she started to go down that road rhetorically, even talking about that. I think she was bouncing off of them at that point. I think that is the logical inference.
What I'm telling you is a Republican can come back and say, listen, I don't care. You know, Pisco didn't moderate his chat when they were calling Kirk fascist. There were people in his chat saying Kirk is like a Nazi.
No.
They're saying,
no, that's not the same.
Why not? Explain why. Explain why.
To make it the same, you would have to have people in your chat that were saying we should unalive Charlie Kirk.
Explicitly.
Yes.
Explicitly. And if the case is that and if I see that and don't moderate the thing, I'm responsible for Kirk's death. I want to hear you say that.
I would say in that moment that you were responsible for contributing to a culture.
That's not what's being asked. That's not what's being asked, Hutch. That's not what's being asked for the 500th fucking time in this conversation.
Yes, I would say that about you.
So, without any evidence that Tyler Robinson, that first of all, that my contribution is negligible.
No, we would have to not know who. We would have to not know who shot him.
Really,
for this to be analogous, right?
But at the time, I saw someone say kill Charlie Kirk, and I'm just like, whatever. I'm not going to ban this guy. At that moment, I am contributing to a culture that could cause the death of Charlie Kirk, and so I'm partly culpable if he's killed.
I see where you're going with this, but in that moment you would be contributing in your own way. I think that is like a much more kind of abstract kind of situation here, because Charlie Kirk has the attention of like so many other people. So it's almost like infinitely bigger than what we're talking about right now. God. Whereas what I'm talking about is a very specific.
Charlie Kirk is infinitely more famous than anything. That's not true, is it, Hutch?
Group of like a dozen people who were all pushing the same thing about this situation. But I would say in that moment that you were being irresponsible.
No, I grant that though. I grant that. But the question isn't, am I being irresponsible? Well. I'm going to keep going to this. It's the question is, am I culpable for the murder?
Culpability. We're quibbling about the word culpable.
That's precisely what we're doing.
It's a difference of opinion. I think we've reached the point where it's just like agree to disagree.
It's a bit of bedrock there. Okay, so
I do think you have a responsibility, and I think they
no, but when you say that, it's implying that I think they don't
like danced and joked about the situation.
Say it like,
it was fucking disgusting.
Don't say it like I don't think they have a responsibility. You just heard me acknowledge that I think they have a responsibility for moderating and applying standards of decency and whatever and all that stuff. What I'm saying isn't that they don't have a responsibility. What I'm saying isn't that they don't have a responsibility. What I'm saying isn't that they don't have a responsibility. What I'm saying is they don't have culpable responsibility for the specific malicious act underneath it.
No, but you just said a moment ago. You just said a moment ago that there's a non-zero chance that Denim's rhetoric and behavior that day indirectly led to it happening. You said there was a
non-zero chance that yours did, right?
No, there's not.
Is there a non-zero chance that yours did?
You would agree that there's.
Is there a non-zero chance yours did? That was a sufficient condition for you.
What would you estimate are the chances?
I'm not. You applied a condition. So you applied you applied. I
want you to answer that question.
Yeah. So I think that yours is probably smaller, but you applied a sufficient condition.
How much smaller? I want to give me a percentage.
Probably, given the scope of your audience and your statements, in my opinion, significantly smaller. But hang on a second.
But no, I want a number. I want a number. What's the percentage likelihood that it came from my audience versus Denims? If you had to pick numbers,
I think orders of magnitude, maybe something like.
Okay, then stop. Stop, man.
But Hutch, listen to my thing. You said that a sufficient condition is non-zero chance. That's your standard. So I acknowledge that there's a difference between the likelihood between your audience and hers. But what you said, right? I'm just reflecting your standard, what you said to me. And I just want to remind you, you said, but you acknowledge there's a non-zero chance. And so I come to you. Well, you agree in your case there's a non-zero chance. And so you say, well, isn't there a difference between us? Yeah, but so we have to actually get in the weeds about what we think is significant. And you don't want to get in those weeds. And that's why this is pointless.
There's a big difference here in this situation. Because you know why I'm not culpable? You know why I could rest my head at night knowing that I didn't contribute to it?
Because you condemned it.
Because I never fucking made the claim that it was justified to call CPS, and I never would.
Did Denims,
no matter how much I dislike the creator, I would never.
You said you're not culpable because you didn't make the claim that it would be justified to call CPS. Did Denims, in fact, Denims? Wait, so I'll just ask them one at a time. Did Denims make the claim that it would be justified to call CPS? Did she make the claim? Did she make the statement?
Is
the answer no? Is the answer no?
Are we circling back to this for the fourth time now?
So
the three factors. So we're back there. We're back there now.
These are like ad hoc factors that you've created. That it's
ad hoc. They're not relevant. What do you mean?
They're outcome oriented. They're the three sacred factors because these are what you think that for the purpose of getting to the results you want. Those are the ones that matter to you. But the three factors that you're talking about,
no, they matter just because they matter, bro. So I'm telling you why she was irresponsible.
Okay, but I grant that it was irresponsible. So why are you saying?
Telling you how she was negligent.
I don't know why you keep doing this, right? I granted in the first second that it was irresponsible. Do you remember when I granted that in the first second? Do you remember that? I'm asking that question.
Yeah, but I can't reconcile it with everything else you're saying.
Because you really don't see a difference between ethical responsibility versus one obligation with respect to your moderation and the responsibility for the underlying malicious act. You really don't understand the difference between those two.
I mean, I recall earlier in this conversation, you were saying like she didn't have an ethical responsibility to moderate her chat. And then now it sounds like you're singing a different tune.
I never said that, Hutch.
We'd have to go back in the fucking stream.
Go in the VOD. Go in the fucking VOD, man. I was consistent. You said, does it increase the risk? Yes. Is there an ethical obligation? Ought she do it? I said, yeah, she ought not play the. Actually, I'm going to ask you. Do you remember when I said that she should not have played that Bad Empanada clip? Do you remember when I said that?
Not really. My brain's mush.
So like, why? If you're not remembering things that I said,
I'm frazzled because my brain is fried trying to walk you through my thinking here and trying to like navigate.
Dude, look at Visco's face. He's like so annoyed at this point, bro.
Yeah, your craftiness, your caginess, your lawyer tricks.
There's no tricks, bro. It's very simple, very clear. Different ethical obligations with different ways that people interpret them, right? A violation of one ethical obligation is going to have very different moral implications than another. So the ethical obligation with respect to your moderation abilities, with respect to your course of conduct for decency, people are going to take from that a different sense of just desserts than one's ethical obligation with respect to failure to avoid intentional deprivations of rights or infringements of privacy or malicious conduct. That those kinds of implications are different as between those two ethical obligations. That is a very simple, clean concept, and that's not confusing at all. And it ought not be confusing for you either.
My stream is experiencing problems. It does this.
Oh no!
I don't know why it's doing this. It's weird. It's the same time every day at like 3:30. I start dropping hella frames and it gets bad.
For real, it's grade school shit, and he's acting like it's law school shit. That's so facts.
Turn our country.
That's just so accurate.
Russia, Soviet Russia.
I don't know what causes it. Hey, listen. At the end of the day, I think you think that Ethan's actions were disproportionate. And I already told you, like, I'm open to that. So I don't even know what we're arguing about. Like, I'm open. I'm
so
open to the idea that, like,
pathetic.
and I don't have a good answer for you. You know, I don't know. I can't tell you if it's like too much or if it's appropriate. All I can tell you is that if I was in Ethan's position, I fully understand.
This is Pisco now needs to call this out. This is cowardly. This is not a position. He's refusing to take a position because he knows that he can't justify it. So he's going to try and stay in this line because he knows that any serious interrogation of this topic would mean he would have to change his position. He would have to be on the other side. So instead, he's going to fence it, but just constantly signal towards Ethan being right. It's so cowardly.
Right?
Try to impose consequences.
I understand that on Ethan's view, it's trivially obvious that he would understand that he would have that view because he's the one doing it. The question isn't on his view; it's on your view as you.
He'd be justified.
Oh, so it's your view that it is justified.
No, but I'm trying to give you the best answer I can, and I'm not trying to be a cop out. I'm not trying to give you a cop out answer. Like I'm really not. Like
how it feels is like you ever have those Israel-Palestine debates where people are like, I understand why Israel would do this. I understand if I was Israel why they would do this, or I understand why, or even from the leftist perspective, I understand why Hamas would do that. And if I was in the Hamas shoes, okay, but that isn't the question, right? Like, who the fuck cares?
Words.
Like, that's just trivial. It's obvious that if you're Hamas, you're gonna understand, you're gonna like have the sympathies that Hamas does, and same thing with Ben Gvir or whatever the fuck, or these.
I've had those conversations. I've had literally those conversations. So like, I understand.
That is useless, like masturbation. It's not like the question is, do we think on our views?
I mean, I don't think it's useless because, like, listen, like there is no like science to this. You know what I mean? Like there just isn't. We can't, you can try to appeal with like laws of logic and that kind of stuff, but like there is no like explicitly correct answer here. And I am trying to be nuanced and that's not me like trying to wiggle out of taking your position or whatever. Like,
yes, it is.
I am sympathetic to like all the parties involved here. I'm less sympathetic to Denims these days, to be honest with you. I'm less sympathetic to her because I just, I don't know if you saw her recent stream, but it's a bit much.
Why are you sympathetic for Kaceytron if you think she did this horrible thing and that she's culpable for this awful? You called her sociopathic. Do you realize you call her sociopathic? Why would you feel sympathy? Why would you feel sympathy for a sociopath? I just don't understand on your view how you could feel that.
I feel sympathy for people that get the death penalty. I feel sympathy for people that are, in prison for the rest of their lives. Do you feel sympathy for
Hitler? Is that what you mean? The Kanye West version of sympathy?
You're really testing my morals here, but like, no, I really try to empathize.
Do you know how bad he must have felt? He killed himself. He literally killed himself. Did you know how bad he must have felt? Dude. It's fucked up, man.
With people that I don't even like. Like I do try to, I do have sympathy for people that have done terrible things.
That want to do horrible things that are malicious in all their conduct.
Sure, yeah.
And then want to take Ethan's kids away. You feel sympathetic for them.
Yeah,
and you don't want to ruin financially sociopaths who only produce malice and bad things in the world. I mean, that
depends on the day you ask me, and depends on the day you ask me and what mood I'm in, I suppose, right?
Yeah,
isn't that what it is to be a human being? Like, do we really have perfectly consistent kind of?
You know what? Like, I'll grant you this, Hutch. There are some times when I'm like, you know what? Hitler didn't choose to have the brain he did. These sociopaths, they are born / nurtured in a particular way that makes them the way they are. But I didn't, for some reason, I didn't think that that's what you were talking about, that ultimately elastic version of sympathy when you were talking about Kaceytron. It seemed like you weren't sympathetic in the sense of, well, I'm sympathetic to all beings, regardless of what causes them. I thought that you were saying something more particular about her circumstances and like that don't have to do with like this kind of like ultimately totally expansive version of sympathy.
It's like both. It's both of those things. Like,
okay,
you
so
know, the idea of like
one.
everybody in her. I don't know if she's supporting her family. I'm not 100% up to date on her situation there, but no, I wouldn't like the idea of like her family, you know, losing their home or something like that. If they were relying on her for income.
It's beneficial, then like, okay, maybe you feel some sympathy, but like, she deserves it. She deserves to have to pay all this money.
But he didn't do that though. He didn't do that though.
No, I'm asking you, like, do you think that she deserved what she got?
Yeah.
Even though the copyright infringement has literally zero to do with.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think she deserved that little walk of shame. Yeah. I think she earned that. I'm glad she doesn't have to pay money for the rest of her life.
Are you often? I mean,
but I think
the other day you agreed it was an insincere apology. Do you often like people to give insincere apologies and you get gratification out of it?
What kind of a question is this? Is not a very normal thing that comes up in life, does it?
I don't know why people get like satisfaction out of these like fake apologies that aren't actual like just desserts. Maybe in the sense of like if if I was pushed that what they did was like truly horrendous or whatever, the mere fact that it's maybe it is a deterrent effect of some kind, but that's just going to ground out into our priors about and evidence for the purpose of the lawsuit. So maybe that's what why there's a distinction.
Well, do you think that there should have been any consequences for what they did?
For copyright infringement?
No. Well, sure. I mean, I don't know. That's a separate discussion. I don't care about that discussion. But like, I'm talking about this.
Isn't that the whole purpose? Like, the whole purpose is whether or not we agree with the lawsuits, and the lawsuits are about copyright infringement. Like, how can you say you don't care about that?
The lawsuit specifically, but it's more about just this idea of like imposing consequences on somebody who violated your family. Isn't that what it's about?
Yeah, but you don't agree with beating them up.
Sure, I obviously think that I don't think they should be killed.
You don't think someone should? Like, I mean, you don't think that someone should call CPS on them, right?
No, I don't.
Right.
No,
so like,
I think that was really bad.
You have your lines, right?
No, answer the question.
What's the question?
Should there any consequences, right? Like,
yeah,
it doesn't need to be legal, you know, but like some accountability, some kind of punishment, some kind of something, right?
Yes, they should get like a slap on the wrist from Twitch.
All right, then that's the disagreement.
Okay.
Just the severity of it. Like, we agreed that she did a bad thing and she deserved consequences.
You're banned for a day. You should moderate
moderate
your chat more so that they're not actively calling for CPS. That's what should happen.
Yeah. Okay, and you definitely should not be joking about it.
It should be proportional and tailored to the kind of thing we're talking about here. That's number one. And number two, separately, if someone is being deceptive about the...
He settled though. He didn't make her destitute. All she had to do was apologize. All she had to do was get up there and prostrate herself a little bit.
Or what?
And apologize.
So the apology was extracted by what? Why
was he had leverage?
Yeah, it was coerced by financial motivations, correct?
Because she violated copyright, correct?
That don't relate in sum or substance to the underlying claim. Fair?
No. I think it's both. Like, I think he genuinely does care about like Lazy React, and I think he felt. But if I had to guess, I really don't know. If I had to guess, I would say he was probably more motivated by the abuse that his family suffered as a result of like a culture that arose out of all of their communities.
I mean, maybe. Don't you agree that he wanted them to infringe?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was setting a trap.
Yeah. So in what sense can you say he wanted to punish them for infringement and that that this was a bad thing that was done to him? If he
it was an easy, predictable thing.
He wanted it, but you're saying he wanted it to occur.
Yeah.
Right. So the harm.
But wanting something to occur, like I might want a bad thing to happen because I think a better thing will follow that bad thing. Like we're confronted with this in politics all the time, right?
So that's my point. That.
And Hutch lost his bottle. Hutch was like, "Oh no, too many people are going to starve if we let our snap go for too long because actually cave to Republicans." That was Hutch.
Is achieving the better result isn't the grounding for basis of what's going on. It's the pretext. It's a pretext. You agree it's a pretext?
But it is to a certain degree. But again, we disagree because I think it's both. I do think he does genuinely care about Lazy React. He obviously cares about it. He's had a history of caring about it. He confronted XQC about it. He talked about it on his podcast all the time. So clearly this guy was already like, he does give a fuck about that, right?
I mean, I grant that at least at some point he did care about the React community, that he did care about copyright infringement. What I deny is that this lawsuit is motivated by that concern. That's what I deny.
Well, where's your certainty though?
Yeah.
Where do you get the certainty?
It's based on my what I think are reasonable inferences on a set of evidence. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, but you'd have to explain, like, so like you acknowledge that he has a history of talking about Lazy React and he definitely cares about that, right?
Yes. Okay. That's one of the reasons.
All that is gone.
No. That is part of my rationale for why it isn't motivating this. So the fact the track record here is not helpful for him in this context, given the nature of what his stated rationale was. It's hurtful. That seems preposterous to you. I can explain why.
I'm a little stuck on your thing of like, oh, well, look, why would you want the bad thing to happen when you're against the bad thing? But it's like, you could use that logic to say like, well, you know, like, why did the FBI do a sting operation where there was a drug transfer, you know, like selling drugs is bad, right? So that doesn't make any sense. Do you understand that logic is a little flawed?
What logic? I mean, I don't understand.
You're saying like, oh, well, how could you say he says he's against the thing, but he trapped them to do the thing. And it's like, well,
no, that's not. I don't understand. What I'm saying is, if you have a prior principle that one upholds and one sticks to the principle, then I think that justifies an inference that one is maintaining the principle. But if there's as opposed to a blank slate, if there's a previous principle and that one makes statements either in contradiction or that undermine that principle previously stated, I think that most people, in view of those, what I take to be an inconsistent application of previously stated principles, the inference usually from that is indicative of more deceit, right? A prior inconsistent statement and statements that don't make sense in light of each other. How long have we got left on this, man? Holy fuck! Intuit.
I'm losing it.
Okay, this is
about 20 minutes. Okay, wait. Home stretch.
In setting a trap, sure. You know,
well, not merely that. I mean, that I think at a bare minimum you have to establish. And also you would agree.
I don't see the issue with that. You know, like you're deceptive when you set a trap for like vermin in your garden. You know what I mean?
No, I understand that there are contexts in which deception can be justified. All right, that's not what I'm suggesting. The deception that I think is not justified is what he's stating to the audience, and this is the what he's stating to the audience. That part of the reason, one of the main reasons, in fact, for bringing this lawsuit is to set a precedent to protect the destruction of the React community as we know it from absolutely shattering precedent that Disney or Sony could set. Those are...
Yep, but the thing is, it's like, yeah, it is awesome. It's great content. But it's great content for like an hour, 2 hours. Hutch is too retarded for an actual conversation, so it wears quickly, and we are like 3.5 hours in. I want to see the Lonerbox conversation. That's what I want. I need to see Lonerbox react to this. I need to see Lonerbox talk to Hutch about this, and then I need to see Lonerbox talk to Pisco, and then I think I'll be happy. I'll be satisfied.
Are his words, Hutch? Do you believe those words?
I have no reason to disbelieve them explicitly. To be honest, no.
Okay, the reason I disbelieve them is because A, they're not plausible. They're not plausible at all. The notion that Ethan might think that suing like Denims and Kaceytron and Frogan would at all affect the nature of Disney and Sony suing and establishing terrible precedent, that is preposterous. The more outlandish a belief is, the more unlikely it is that someone actually holds it. That's only part. I mean, there's so much more that we can get into.
Well, what if he's just wrong then? That wouldn't mean that he's lying. Like, what if he believes it but is wrong?
I understand that by itself, it doesn't necessarily prove to 100% certainty or even fucking a 90% certainty that's what's going on. That's just part. I'm building blocks, all right? And you have to look at the wall as a whole, at the totality of circumstances. So the first piece of evidence is the rank and plausibility of the claim. The notion that someone who's fairly, learned about copyright infringement, this guy had lawsuits regarding copyright infringement that he's lost before, I think, and he's also won against the bold guy. That he has this view that this intentional stated malice is the sine qua non of copyright infringement. The kind of way that he presents it in the video is preposterous. One, as a legal matter. Second, the notion that someone like that Ethan Klein thinks that when he establishes precedent on fair use, given his view that the vast majority of these kinds of React channels, that there's rampant theft, what he calls theft of intellectual property, that any kind of decision, any kind of legal decision, either from a legal precedent perspective, that
Loanerbox has shame, Diorio doesn't.
Precedent is going to protect the React community as opposed to significantly curtail.
Loanerbox has shame. You can tell Loanerbox embarrassed when he's saying something retarded. Diorio does not feel embarrassed when he's saying something retarded. He just makes calculated risks about how far he can lie.
The current meta, which is overwhelmingly infringing, is ludicrous. He must know that in pressing a claim on a reaction video, he is going to give the court an opportunity to opine on the 4 fair use factors. By the way, they're not exhaustive, but the 4 main fair use factors.
I read them yesterday.
In such a way, right. So, for example, for purpose and character of the work, usually the main focus of the inquiry there is transformation. Any precedent on summary judgment or dispositive motion related to whether this is transformative or whether there's the character or purpose of use sides on the side of fair use, the court, in coming to these determinations, go through all the factors, and they're going to go, factor 1, this is not transformative. It's not transformative because look at the percentage of the video, look at how much commentary is in there, commercial purpose, is this providing sufficient commentary? How many portions of it, include commentary such that you actually need this? And the tests start to merge because the purpose and character of the use merges with like the amount and substantiality. Here, Denims used all of it. She used the heart of the work. Was that necessary to the nature of her critique, especially when she's spending, this amount of time kind of giving just blithe remarks? Look at this precedent from SDNY with this judge in previous cases where it's more of like a watch party as opposed to, deliberately splice things. Anyone with a single brain cell, and Ethan surely knows this, knows that these courts, they go 1, 2, 3, 4. And those factors aren't just going to bear poorly on Denims. It's going to bear poorly on the React meta as a whole. The specific thing he's saying, he has no intention to undermine, and that is with respect to XQC, etc. But we
wouldn't it be the purpose and character of the use? Wouldn't that be the key consideration here?
Stated intentional malice? Fuck no. There's a case called Warhol, and what Sonia Sotomayor in the majority writes is that purpose and character of the use is an objective factor. It is not subjective. That the mere statements of the artist don't make a particular purpose or character of the use a particular thing or not. That case was decided recently, and there is certain statements from old cases like Harper and Rowe from the Supreme Court that suggest that like good faith might play a role in an analysis. But in the most recent precedent on SCOTUS and in the Warhol decision, they said it's an objective inquiry. It's not about intentional stated. Like you could say, so for example, it would be like saying the following, right? At the start of your stream, you go, this is transformative, this is fair use, therefore it's fair use and transformative. The mere statements of an individual is not part of the analysis at all.
Okay. All right. Now I'm curious. Do you even disagree with Ethan that there is rampant sort of abuse of copyright?
Of course not, no.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. So
that's why I think that that's one of the reasons that this is disingenuous.
Okay, so you don't disagree that there's rampant abuse?
Okay, yes, yes, get there, come on.
Correct.
Fair use with, but
really chugging along
as
here.
Exemplified by
but you
XQC,
don't,
Asmongold, Hasan Piker, all these people.
So what is your ideal remedy here? To write new laws to expand fair use, or because you're saying you don't want them to come back with a decision that will like fatally chill the React community so as to basically like destroy it. So like what is your preferred remedy to this situation?
I just want to be clear. It doesn't bear on what I think the exception is here. My stated
I just want to know, because if you don't disagree with,
I do think that the current law is such that these React streams are basically 80% infringement, and I think that there ought to be new laws that clarify the scope of reaction videos. Maybe they're platform specific. Maybe they have certain sets of factors. But no, I don't think that in fact the current laws as they are would be approving of the kinds of content that you're seeing from all these React streamers.
Yeah, it's like when video games first started showing up on YouTube stuff, technically all those gaming companies could have filed copyright claims, and they still could today. In fact, they do sometimes. I think Nintendo has done it.
What do they do when there's an infringement?
They take the video down. There's like a DMCA claim, and they take the video down, right? Yeah. But the thing with the video games is like they all realized that they would probably make more money if they just allowed YouTube content because
yes. Some have chosen,
getting all these views or whatever, and so there's
some have chosen not to press potential claims that they have.
The vast majority.
I would say most go through the DMCA. Because
for video game stuff, no, definitely not.
To the extent that there's infringing content, to the extent
it's all infringing. That's the point. Like anytime you post a video of like yourself playing Call of Duty,
to the extent that there's infringement and they have a desire to take action, what they do is they don't file a lawsuit. They have a DMCA takedown, right?
Right.
So the notion that setting precedent, that's an additional reason that this isn't plausible. The notion that setting precedent in the form of a legal ruling, which by the way, now he's settling, which he isn't achieving. So I guess I don't know what precedent it is, but to the extent that there is any precedent, it's not going to curtail these kinds of the main enforcement mechanisms of things like Disney and Sony, which is not through lawsuits. It's through DMCA takedown notices that people don't contest, and that they are able to take down shit. So like it's not in any respect protecting only a fool, only someone who is so deranged and it really has no understanding would think that this had any effect on what Disney or Sony is going to do. And that's even further emphasized by the fact that he's settling with fucking Kaceytron for marginal amounts in which there's no fucking precedent that's been established other than he leaned on people for apologies that don't relate in back to the kind of thing that he.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between you and me is that and you might be right that that's what he did. Like maybe he didn't that had nothing to do with copyright. And I guess the difference between you and me is like that does not bother me in the way that it bothers you.
So if the only intention was to make these people destitute and he's lying or to impose a punishment for the other statements that don't relate to copyright.
Well, clearly he didn't want to make her destitute, right? Like he settled, right?
And if the purpose is not to protect the React community, but is instead only for something that he is not at all in any respect to protect the React community, if that's the case, you would have a problem with it, wouldn't you? I thought you said that lying in general is bad.
No, I didn't say no. I said that precisely the opposite. I said not all lies are created.
Oh, I said lying in general is good, actually. Right. Okay.
Equal. And this particular lie, because it's kind of content at the same time, right? Like he's got his own.
Oh, you can lie for content. Hutch is a pedophile. I have on good authority. Hutch is a pedophile. And I'm covering Hutch to protect kids. It's for content. What's the problem? It's for content. What's the problem? What's the big deal, Hutch? It's just it's so fucking stupid. I can't even like engage with it at this point.
Retribution, his own kind of cause of retribution, and it's also like this. It's like a spectacle all at the same time, and so
I don't know how that affects the moral calculus that it's a spectacle. A lot of things could be spectacles. I don't know how that.
Like calling Hutch, like accusing Hutch of pedophilia, like accusing Hutch of being a sex offender.
It's like a show. It's like a
I think a sort of show where I accuse Hutch of being a sex offender.
And I understand why he feels that way.
And I punish him for being a sex offender.
So we agree.
Right. I don't know if I ever disagree with that, but like I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing.
Well, I think it's bad if he lies about it and says it's protect from Disney and Sony when it almost is so clearly not. And also it's specifically not on the ground that he states, which he couldn't have predicted at the time he set the trap, the intentional stated malice. That is certainly not what he was planning to do when he set the trap. So in order to even buy that was in his mind, you'd have to
come on, let's get to the end of this now. I need to
which precedent he wanted to set in between when he set the trap and when they did it. And
maybe he's all over the place. Maybe he convinced himself. Maybe he's lying. Maybe
but this is ultimate charity. This is ultimate charity to Ethan Klein that you don't apply in the slightest to the people that you hate. That's okay.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't have enough information. Like I could reach out and ask him, but like I don't pry to that level. Like I just don't know, and I don't know him
to acknowledge. All right, this is what I want. What I want him to acknowledge is basically.
See, there it is. I could reach out and ask him, and that's what this is all about: is avoiding taking a position so he doesn't have to sell Ethan out because it's his big YouTuber friend.
Like, okay, it's not true. When I started with this whole ReactGate stuff, this isn't about that. It's not about protecting from Sony and Disney. That was wrong when I said that, and I was, that really wasn't at all motivating me. That's what I think would be honest.
Isn't that kind of implied when he settled with Kaceytron, and now it looks pretty likely that he's settling with Frogan as well?
That's my
Isn't
point.
It kind of implied?
So what you just said, isn't it implied that it isn't at all motivating him when he settles? Hey,
so you're mad that he lied? That's what this is? Like that seems like such a minor part of this entire story.
I'm mad that he lied, and also, even though I don't think it's a legal bar to bring the claim, I actually think it's chicken shit to use copyright statute to settle scores, even if it's a valid claim. I'm saying even if it's a valid claim, I think it's chicken shit and wrong to use the copyright statute to primarily like settle scores on unrelated matters. Especially.
What did I say? What did I say last time? I covered the last Pisco conversation. I was saying I wish Pisco would stake a firmer claim and say it is wrong to use in bad faith unrelated statutes. Dude, oh my god! Finally, we're here.
If you felt like somebody abused your family, like actually abused your family, like very substantively, impactfully abused your family.
Well, one, I think you have to raise to a certain level of misconduct, and then it's going to ground out into what we talked about before, where
they're abusing his family.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah, exactly. But second to that, I think that like if they abuse, you should like sue them for the abusive conduct. You should do the thing that's tailored to the issue. I'm not a big fan of these pretext shit, and I especially don't like that it's kind of sullying my image of Ethan as a defender of copyright, the sane copyright approach, which he did, right? It was beautiful, magical when he was attacking XQC for his garbage, malicious conduct, which it was. And Ethan Klein says it was intentional siphoning when XQC did it. And so I don't buy this thing. It's like, I don't mind thieving. What I mind is when you say
my golem.
That's what really bothers me. And I have this very positive view of Ethan Klein as one of the best people of like the lay people and the influencers on copyright. He would always jump to have like a calibrated take that wasn't far lefty, get rid of all intellectual property, get rid of copyright, get rid of patents. It's all theft. But he didn't go as far as like XQC saying like, or sorry, the opposite of saying we should enforce all the time and there should be no room for fair use, that kind of thing. I really appreciated that. And this sullies my image of it. And don't try to fucking, and also personally, if we're going to go by malice, calling me Mike from PA, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? And then also, by the way.
Wait, did I say that?
No, not you. He did. He quote tweeted you, not too dissimilar to how you quote tweeted Taylor Lorenz. We need to talk about that, by the way.
Wait, when did he quote tweet? When did he quote tweet me? Ethan did?
I don't talk to Pisco. Pisco wouldn't talk to me, okay?
You basically said, what is this dude? Like Mike from PA? You didn't stand up for me then. Just saying.
I don't think I saw that. Did I see that?
Okay, but he's basically comparing me to some lolcow. And, or people who consider a lolcow who never actually, as I understand, was admitted to the bar, implying that I'm not a real lawyer, implying that I'm, misrepresenting myself, whatever. And basically,
I stick up for you, bro. I do.
I'm just saying, like that happened.
I didn't.
And
that's,
listen,
I don't. First of all, I'm not.
You, like, have a conversation with me, or Dan Saltman, have a conversation with me.
I mean, I would like to see you guys have a conversation, but talk about moderation. Like sometimes our spicy interactions evoke strong opinions in my chat, and you can ask my chat. I tell them all the time. Like I tell them all the time that we need to compartmentalize. Like for me, I'm a big boy. I know you're a big boy. I know you like the intellectual exercise of arguing. It's fun for you in the same way that it is for me. You've sharpened your brain a little bit more than I have in terms of like all the legal stuff. But like I tell my chat all the time, like when that argument is over, we're good. And so like I try in my own little way to manipulate and dissuade people in my chat.
We're good. But all I'm saying is like I understand that people kind of have this question, why is he spending so much time on it? Part of it is because, as I think about it more, I just do think that there are certain standards that we should expect from our creators. And I think in most cases, I give you, for example, like the Tim Pool example, where let's say that you were reacting to something and it was clearly copyright infringement, and he's just trying to fuck with you because you said something about Russia. Like
I'm so glad
Pisco goes what Hutch said about the Russia thing.
His stance is getting firmer with time, just like literally getting stronger opposition. So good. Oh my god. Thank fuck. Can't be swayed.
We actually have that conversation, and we would all kind of stand. And so I'm just trying to say, like, well, how would we react to this kind of tactic? And in general, most people would be against it. The one situation where we would be in favor of it, if there's some really just like predominating fucked up shit that these people did to a certain degree of threshold. And what I've heard from people with respect to their misconduct is in the realm of, I'm just sorry to say, it's not this kind of like, we're extolling you to call CPS, maybe bad empanada, so sue a bad empanada on that stuff. But I haven't seen the evidence for these people to suggest that like they rise to that threshold where I would kind of be accepting of this tactic. Because that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, at the end of the day, that's what we're talking about. But it is a kind of tactic that I find unsavory, and I think it's wrong. You can disagree, man. Hey.
I mean, I hear that. I do. I hear that. And I also know that if somebody, it's like Esme's pretty insulated from internet stuff. Thankfully, there's been some weirdos that have reached out to her, and like, but if I felt like an entire collective community like pulled together and started attacking her and making her life like really bad, and I had leverage, I would probably use that leverage to try to like push back against those people, whether it's like legal leverage or whatever. Like, I think I would be similarly compelled to take action to try to punish those people for hurting her. So that's what I think about more. Like, that's where my mind goes.
Okay. If that's what's going on, then don't give us this whole like, and if you're trying to bait them into something where you would have leverage, which was his plan, I don't want to hear this implausible story that also coincidentally, magically, I was thinking about
copyright and the community.
If that's what it is, at least let's be honest about it. You know? That's all I want. And if people say, I don't give a fuck what Pisco's saying, just, you know, you can say that, but then don't dispute it, right? Then don't dispute it and just grant it and say, I just don't care because they're good targets and they ought to be for what they did to Ethan, punished in this way.
I think you can argue on that.
And again, I'm not speaking for Ethan. I don't have any special insight. I don't know if that's the thing that motivates him. Like, I can't. I'm just saying, like, if that was the case, if he was motivated, I could understand that impulse. But
then why hasn't he? Can I ask you a question then? Why hasn't he celebrated this as a massive win for that community?
I think it's likely that he was primarily motivated by a desire to punish those people.
Right,
I don't find that controversial or
right. But like, if
I'm like, well, yeah, of course. Like, that's where my mind goes. I think like, well, yeah, like obviously he would be compelled to do stuff like that.
If you thought that this was a massive win that just vindicated you and protected, you know, we're saved. This helps us against Disney and Sony. Why isn't he doing those kinds of things? Because he knows.
Again,
that,
my guess.
Yeah, it's not.
My guess is that he was more motivated by retribution. That's what I would guess. But I gotta go, man. It was it's been
long conversation. Tomorrow we talk. Wait, Monday are we talking to Loner Box?
I think so. Yeah, I got to reach out to him, but yeah, we'll set something up.
You know, I love you, man. We get fucking harsh on living learn, but I do want you to know that.
Yeah, it's Monday. It's Monday.
Fucking harassing you. I don't want people to do any of that shit. And I really do appreciate our back and forth. I think that they provide some life for live and learn. And I again don't want anything negative directed your way from anybody.
I'm directing my own.
Enjoy your weekend. I'll talk to you in a couple of days.
Hey, stay cool.
I don't stand this guy.
It was like 9 hours. Rob Noor for 5 hours. Hutch for 4 hours.